urged to act swiftly as tariff refunds transition from court rulings into operational supply chain recoveries.
All right, now let's move on to another top story. Now, India's Defence Research and Development Organization, that is the DRDO, has successfully tested Agni MIRV equipped with ICBM, a feat confirmed by the Ministry of Defence on Saturday, May 9. The test was conducted on Friday, May 8, from Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Island off the coast of Odisha. Now, according to reports, the missile was flight tested with multiple payloads designed to hit different targets, spatially distributed over a large area in the Indian Ocean region. Now, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is expected to release a statement providing further technical details regarding the test, Amrita.
That's right, and the missile test was visible to civilians in Odisha and West Bengal, and several Bangladeshi outlets also reported the sighting. This event has sparked widespread speculation regarding the long-anticipated Agni-6 missile, which the DRDO has been developing for several years. Now, in a recent media interaction, DRDO chairperson Samir V. Kamad stated that the organization is ready and awaiting the central government's approval for the Agni-6 project. He confirmed that all necessary groundwork for the missile has been completed. More in this report. Take a look.
If you see the Iran war and the war which has been taking place, it's a war of hypersonic missiles. It's a war of MIRVs. We saw the Khorramshahr. It is the MIRVs which overwhelmed the missile interceptors. So this is the new thing. So MIRV is basically multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicle. And this is a technology which is basically used on a intercontinental ballistic missile, ICBMs, and which allows one missile to carry multiple nuclear warheads, each capable of striking different targets at the same time. So how it works is basically the first phase is the launch phase. The ICBM is launched like any other normal missile, any normal long-range ballistic missile. So that is the first phase. Second phase is called the mid-course phase. Here is where it enters the space. So the residue matter of it, the exhausts which come out from the burnt fuel also have a different pattern when you see it enter the space. So once it is outside the atmosphere, post-boost vehicle release takes place, and then several warheads separate from the missile, and then independent targeting. All the, one ICBM can have 5 warheads, it can have 7 warheads, it can even have 10 warheads. Out of 10, there could be like 4 might be dummy warheads, and out of the 6, 3 would have the conventional warhead, and 3 can be nuclear capable warheads. So there can be a different amount of combination that you can in terms of, the ammunition systems or the projectiles that we use in this. So each, warhead follows its own independent trajectory towards the targets. It can be heading towards different cities, different military bases, or different missile silos to target them. So that is what happens. Then comes the re-entry part, that the warheads re-enter the atmosphere at hypersonic speeds and strike targets independently. The glow of the ICBM, the independent warhead keeps glowing. It is like it is paused at one particular place, but actually it is aligned to the target and it is coming at hypersonic speeds. So eventually the size of the globe becomes larger and larger, and in the end it comes and it strikes the objective. So that is why you see MIRVs are dangerous, that one missile can destroy multiple targets. It is very difficult for missile defense systems to intercept these independently targeted warheads. It increases the nuclear strike capability multifold without increasing the number of missiles. So you don't have to fire n number of missiles, to target a certain location. You can have it, with a variety of it. So that is there. Then it enables counter-force attacks against enemy nuclear assets. Example, one single MIRV ICBM could theoretically It could launch from one country. It can carry up to 6 to 10 warheads and hit 10 separate targets, hundreds of kilometers apart from each other. So that is what the MIRV capability is regarding the ICBMs. And in terms of other countries, like the Americans have the LGM-30 Minutemen, that they have, the Russians have the RS-24 Yars, then the Chinese have the Dongfeng 41, that is DF-41, the British have the M51 missile. India has the Agni 5 missile, and I am very glad that we've developed the MIRV capability in this ICBM missile. It is going to be tough for the enemy and their air defenses to counter these missiles and the multiple warheads. So basically, you have achieved a long-range delivery vehicle and eventually, multiple different targets. And these can be launched from different platforms. You can launch it from trucks. You can launch it from mobile, railway platforms. You can launch it from ships. You can launch it from submarines. So the platform packages that are available are multiple in number. So this is a very advantageous system for us, and it is a clear and present danger for the enemy, and they will definitely think twice before adapting to this technology, or to get this technology. It takes a number of years. There are very limited countries, 5 to 6 countries only, who have this technology, and India is one of them. It is a very proud moment for India, and it has only increased our fire capability and our power projection to multifolds in the world.
And now, viewers, moving on to another story. North Korea has once again raised the global nuclear alarm. Kim Jong-un's regime has now reportedly amended its constitution to ensure that even if the North Korean leader is assassinated or incapacitated, a nuclear strike would be automatically be launched. This is a big development, Shivam.
Yes, exactly. Amrita, now the move is being seen as Pyongyang's strongest warning yet against any attempt at regime change or a so-called decapitation strike. Now, the development comes amid rising tensions in East Asia and renewed missile activity from North Korea. Here's a report on everything we know so far.
North Korea has sent out a sharp new nuclear warning to the world, with Kim Jong-un's regime reportedly changing its constitution to allow an automatic nuclear strike if the leader is killed or incapacitated. The new doctrine states that if North Korea's nuclear command system comes under threat from hostile forces, a nuclear retaliatory strike would be launched immediately. The move is being viewed as a direct warning against any possible decapitation strike targeting Kim Jong-un or the North Korean leadership. The constitutional change was reportedly approved during a recent session of North Korea's Supreme People's Assembly. The development comes as Pyongyang continues to expand its nuclear and missile program, with multiple ballistic missile tests reported this year alone. North Korea is also believed to be developing tactical nuclear weapons, submarine launched systems, and nuclear-capable warships. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-un has repeatedly declared that North Korea's nuclear status is irreversible and insisted that denuclearization talks are no longer on the table. For South Korea, Japan and the United States, the latest move is likely to deepen security concerns across the region. There may be no immediate missile crisis at the moment, but North Korea's message is loud and clear. Its nuclear strategy is no longer just about deterrence, it's about guaranteeing regime survival at any cost.
All right, viewers, now it's 75 years since the inauguration of the restored Somnath temple in Gujarat, one of India's most revered pilgrimage sites and the foremost among the 12 Jyotirlingas. To mark the milestone, the Somnath Amrit Parv celebrations are being held at Prabhas Patan, highlighting the temple's historic restoration in 1951, led by Dr. Rajendra Prasad, with key efforts also attributed to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel.
That's right, and even Prime Minister Narendra Modi will participate in the commemorative events honoring the legacy of the temple's revival and its enduring cultural and spiritual significance. More in this report. Take a look.
"75 years since the inauguration of the restored Somnath temple in Gujarat, located at Prabhas Patan in Gujarat, and widely revered as the foremost of the 12 Jyotirlingas. To commemorate the occasion, the Somnath Amrit Parv is being celebrated.
The temple is completing 75 years of restoration after the independence, that is 11th of May. On the other hand, it is completing 1000 years of the first attack, very first attack which happened years back. Let me tell you, the temple was being attacked for more than 17 times. But this is a kind of resilience, power, strength which was being shown by then martyrs and people who have contributed to the grandeur of the way the temple is standing today.
Prime Minister Modi will participate in the celebrations marking the anniversary of the 1951 restoration led by Dr. Rajendra Prasad and honor the efforts of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel to rebuild the temple. The Somnath temple has also come to symbolize enduring pride and cultural identity.
सोमनाथ भक्तों द्वारा आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का भव्य स्वागत किया जाएगा। ये रोड शो के बाद आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी भगवान सोमनाथ जी के दर्शन के लिए मंदिर में पधारेंगे। मंदिर में प्रधानमंत्री जी सोमनाथ जी की पूजा अर्चना के बाद खास तौर पे सोमनाथ अमृत सभा का भी खास तौर पे आयोजन किया गया है, उसमें भी प्रधानमंत्री जी भाग लेंगे।
Earlier this year, the Temple Trust has organized the Somnath Swabhiman Parv to commemorate 1000 years since the first recorded attack on the shrine. Despite repeated destructive attacks, the Somnath Temple continues to stand as a symbol of self-respect and courage. Security has beefed up as preparations for the Prime Minister's visit have been underway in Gir Somnath district.
All right, viewers, that will be a top focus story because it's 75 years since the inauguration of the restored Somnath temple. We'll get you all the latest details on that, Amrita.
That's right. And in a moment, let us have a quick look at the top international stories and international wraps.
Thousands rallied outside 10 Downing Street in UK on Sunday to protest anti-Semitism and demand stronger protections for British Jews. Demonstrators waved Israeli and UK flags following a series of attacks targeting the Jewish community. The latest incident came on Wednesday when 2 Jewish men were stabbed in North London in what police called a terrorist attack. A 45-year-old suspect has been charged with attempted murder.
At least 11 people were hospitalized Saturday after a charter boat exploded in Biscayne Bay near Hollover Sandbar. Emergency crews responded to the blast just before 1 p.m., treating multiple injured passengers at the scene. Authorities say the cause of the explosion remains under investigation.
Venezuela's acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, said that she will travel to Hague to defend Venezuela's claim over the disputed Essequiba region ahead of hearings at the International Court of Justice. The long-running dispute pits Venezuela against Guyana over the oil-rich territory which Guyana administers but Caracas claims belongs to Venezuela. Venezuela continues to reject the UN court's jurisdiction, arguing the matter should be settled through direct negotiations.
Hundreds of supporters of Mali's military junta gathered in Bamako on Saturday to show support for the country's transitional authorities following a wave of deadly attacks by armed groups. The rally comes after coordinated assaults last month by jihadists and separatist fighters that killed several people, including Defense Minister Sadio Kamara. Mali's junta, which seized power in 2020, says it remains committed to restoring security amid escalating violence.
All right, viewers, now it's time for a quick break. Coming up next, Amrita.
That's right. Coming up next, after a very short break, time for more stories coming up after the story. As Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be a part of the Somnath temple re-inauguration, marking 75 years of the reconstruction of the Jyotirlingas. He will also hold a roadshow in the region today.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Director, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
कोशिश को कामयाबी को शोहरत बनते देखा है। हाँ, पिछले 60 सालों में मैंने देश को बनते देखा है। कमला पसंद, 60 सालों से अनोखा स्वाद।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो है। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रूंगता स्टील TMT से बना,
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील पीएम की बात एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अरे ये डिबेट विबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद। भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta and I'm here with my co-host, co-anchor colleague.
Hi, good morning. My name is Nayan.
And then major controversy has erupted over Vande Mataram song being played before the state song at Vijay's oath-taking event. Now, CPI and TVK Minister Adav Arjuna blamed the centre's order for that.
But there's more. You know, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also given a big message amid the global energy crisis, and he has urged Indians to use petrol and diesel with restraint. Now, let's take a look at the headlines and quickly delve into it.
जैसे एक बड़ा संकल्प है पेट्रोल डीजल का संयम से इस्तेमाल करना। साथियों, हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's big message amid global energy crisis urges Indians to use petrol and diesel with restraint.
India-Oman likely to discuss early free trade agreement implementation today.
Kerala CM suspense likely to end soon. Congress High Command to announce next Kerala Chief Minister today.
Major controversy over Vande Mataram song being played before state song at Vijay's oath-taking event. CPI and TVK Minister Adav Arjuna blames centre's order.
PM Modi to participate in Somnath Amrit Parv, making 75th anniversary of its reconstruction.
All right, even before the new Tamil Nadu government settles into office, a fresh political controversy has erupted around Chief Minister Vijay's oath-taking ceremony. This time, the debate is not over numbers or alliances, but over symbolism, identity and protocol. Now, CPI has strongly objected to the order in which songs were played during the ceremony, questioning why Tamil Thai Vazuthu was pushed behind Vande Mataram and the national anthem.
In fact, the row has now opened up a larger debate over over the Tamil identity, center-state tensions and politics of cultural assertion. All of this is happening, but to know more, let's take a look.
Even before the Vijay government begins functioning fully, a controversy has erupted over the swearing-in ceremony itself. The flashpoint, the order of songs played during the oath ceremony. Vande Mataram was played first, followed by the national anthem, while the state song was played third. That sequence has now triggered a strong objection from the CPI and allies supporting the TVK government. CPI State Secretary M. Veerapandiyan has said that government events in Tamil Nadu have always followed a clear tradition, beginning with the state song and ending with the national anthem. The party has questioned why that practice was altered during Vijay's oath ceremony.
Just as after Vijay took oath as the Chief Minister, the CPI, an external party which has rendered them the support, has now written a letter to the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu stating that he should anymore condemn or react if the Tamil Taivarthu, the state anthem, is sung at the last. While the rule that says that it is the national anthem and the Vande Mataram that comes first and the state anthem can go behind, the Tamil nationalists, especially the CPI, CPM and the left party leaders, constantly point out how Hindi is being imposed in the state and how Tamil should be given enough importance is what they are pointing out at. Meanwhile, the CPI leaders, especially Mr. Veerapandiyan, written a letter to Vijay stating, the state secretary stating that Vijay should anymore make sure that the state anthem is sung first before the national anthem and also the Vande Mataram. Earlier, when Stalin's government happened, this is the fight that initiated between the former governor R.N. Ravi of the state and M.K. Stalin during the state assembly, where he had to walk out of the state legislative assembly session. So now is a situation going to pertain in the state of Tamil Nadu because the state anthem and the national anthem order is going to be disordered, or if Vijay is going to take a step and tell that it's a governor event and that's the reason the national anthem and Vande Mataram came first.
The issue has quickly grown beyond ceremonial protocol, touching a deeper political nerve in Tamil Nadu. The controversy has also prompted a response from within the ruling alliance itself. TVK Minister Adhav Arjuna has said the new song sequence was inappropriate for Tamil Nadu and asserted that the party does not agree with the state song being played third. In a social media post, Adhav Arjuna claimed that the Raj Bhavan had cited a new union government circular for the change in protocol. He, however, maintained that future government events would follow Tamil Nadu's earlier practice. AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi too wade into the larger Vande Mataram debate, saying the song cannot be treated at par with the national anthem. Owaisi argued that the national anthem represents the people of India, while Vande Mataram carries religious references that have historically been debated. For the newly formed TVK government, this is now turning into an early political test balancing allies, regional sentiments and a rapidly escalating cultural debate.
Yes, of course, regional differences and rapidly growing cultural debate. But let's take you to West Bengal, where the investigation into the murder of West Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari's close aide, Chandranath Rath, has taken a significant turn, with police uncovering a key link to Jharkhand. According to investigators, the attackers allegedly used a fake motorcycle number plate that was traced back to a vehicle registered in Dhanbad.
Now, the SIT formed by the Bengal police tracked the registration number to a motorcycle owned by Vibhash Bhattacharya, an employee of SAIL posted in Dhanbad. Acting on this lead, the SI team visited Dhanbad and conducted detailed inquiries, including a visit to Bhattacharya's residence to verify the vehicle details. More in this report.
The investigation into the murder of West Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari's close aide Chandranath Rath has uncovered a crucial Jharkhand connection. Investigators have found that the assailants allegedly used a fake motorcycle number plate copied from a vehicle registered in Dhanbad. The SIT formed by Bengal police traced the registration number used by the killers to a motorcycle belonging to Vibhash Bhattacharya, a SAIL employee posted in Dhanbad. The SIT team then arrived in Dhanbad on Friday night and carried out extensive inquiry. Investigators later also visited Bhattacharya's residence to verify details linked to the motorcycle registration number that surfaced during the investigation. During questioning, Vibhash Bhattacharya informed investigators that he was present at his workplace at the time of the murder. Police later verified his claims using CCTV footage, which reportedly confirmed his whereabouts during the incident. Following the verification, investigators gave him a clean chit in the case. The probe into Rath's killing has intensified over the past few days, with investigators examining CCTV footage, vehicle movements and possible routes used by the attackers. Police suspect the murder was meticulously planned, with earlier investigations indicating that Rath may have been followed before being intercepted and shot near his residence.
All right, now the West Bengal's political landscape is witnessing fresh turbulence, with mounting controversy surrounding the Trinamool Congress and its internal dissenters, as former party leader Riju Datta makes a series of explosive claims against the party leadership, from losing power after 15 years in the state to facing criticism from within its own ranks. Now, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and her party appear to be under renewed political pressure.
Yes, in a sharp attack, suspended TMC leader Riju Datta has alleged that the party allowed an outsider organization to influence and control internal mechanisms, pointing towards the political consultancy firm AIADMK, which was involved in past election strategies. Datta also went on to further say that he blamed the TMC for its electoral setback, alleging that disrespect towards women played a key role in the party's decline. Here's more in this report.
From losing West Bengal after ruling for 15 years to own party members making shocking allegations, Mamata Banerjee's troubles seem to be showing no signs of ending. Her own party's former leader can now be seen making shocking revelations. Suspended TMC leader Riju Datta, in a scathing attack on former West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee, claimed that the duo had allowed an outsider organization to capture the mechanisms of the party. Datta was hinting at the political consultancy firm AIADMK, which was in charge of the strategizing the Mamata Banerjee-led party's poll campaign.
दीदी और अभिषेक जी को इसका जिम्मेदारी लेना पड़ेगा कि कैसे आप दोनों के रहते हुए एक बाहर की संस्था पूरा एक पार्टी को कैप्चर कर लिया। जब प्रतीक जैन के घर पे रेड हुआ, दीदी दौड़ के गई अपना डेटा लेने के लिए कि मेरा पार्टी का डेटा। आज दीदी के नाम पे सुप्रीम कोर्ट पे ईडी का केस चल रहा है। केस का कुछ इधर उधर हो गया तो दीदी को जेल भी हो सकता है।
Riju Datta did not stop here. Datta went on to blame TMC for its own defeat, saying that biggest reason for TMC's defeat is the disrespect for women.
गांव के हिंदू महिलाओं के ऊपर जो अत्याचार किया है, 1500 से आप एक महिला का सम्मान नहीं खरीद सकते 1500 रुपए से। बंगाल की महिलाओं में दोनों हाथ से दीदी को आशीर्वाद किया था, पर उनके ऊपर जो जुल्म हुआ है, इसका यह प्रतिफलन है।
Days after his suspension, Riju Datta also issued an unconditional public apology to UP cadre IPS Ajay Pal Sharma, saying his earlier remarks were made in his capacity as a party spokesperson and not out of any personal animosity. Seeking to diffuse the controversy, Datta said he did not want the matter to escalate further and therefore decided to apologize publicly.
मैं इस वीडियो के माध्यम से आईपीएस श्री अजय पाल शर्मा जी को ये सीधी तरह कहना चाहता हूं कि जो भी बातें मैंने कही थी, वो एक पार्टी के प्रवक्ता के तौर पे पार्टी के हेडक्वार्टर में बैठ के पार्टी का लाइन पकड़ के मैंने कहा था। कोई ये व्यक्तिगत टिप्पणी नहीं थी, ना ही मेरे साथ आपका कोई व्यक्तिगत विवाद है। और मैं उस शब्दों के लिए, जो शब्द मेरे मुंह से निकला था, भले ही मैं पार्टी का प्रवक्ता हूं, उस शब्दों का व्यवहार करने के लिए और वो शब्द आपके खिलाफ यूज करने के लिए मैं इस वीडियो के माध्यम से मैं आपसे बिना शर्त की माफी मांगता हूं।
Earlier, Datta also praised Bengal's new CM Suvendu Adhikari, to which BJP took a jibe, saying that it is natural for Datta to praise Adhikari now that the tides have turned in favor of the Saffron party.
That's right. Tides have definitely taken a swift turn towards the saffron color. Now let's take a look at the top national stories in National Wraps.
Two alleged shooters wanted in a Karol Bagh firing case were arrested after a brief exchange of fire with Delhi police in the Kamla market area. An official said the accused, identified as Dipanshu alias Sahil Bouncer and Avinash, were apprehended on May 9 during an anti-gangster operation after police laid a trap based on a tip-off that they were planning another attack. Now, police said both men were wanted in an April firing case and had been evading arrest, while several other accused linked to the same case had already been detained earlier.
Also, a major crackdown in Delhi. The crime branch's AGS unit busted a counterfeit racket involving the fake products of Oppo, OnePlus and Realme brands. 2 godowns in Karol Bagh and a factory in Moti Nagar were sealed for allegedly packing and branding fake mobile products on a large scale. Police also recovered 8 machines used in the illegal operation and arrested 2 people in connection with the case.
A fire broke out in the kitchen of Rover's restaurant in Hazratganj area of Lucknow. Fire tenders rushed to the spot and managed to bring the blaze under control before it could spread further. Authorities confirmed that the fire has been extinguished and no casualties were reported in the incident.
Adani Cement lays foundation of new cement grinding unit in Guna, Madhya Pradesh. Mr. Pranav Adani said investment initiatives like this will generate employment opportunities for more than 1 lakh people by 2030 in Madhya Pradesh. He also said that an investment of over 1,060 crores will be made in cement grinding projects in Guna, marking the largest investment in the district till date.
A shocking incident has been reported from Madhya Pradesh's Bhind District Hospital. The ceiling of a feeding room inside the special newborn care unit suddenly collapsed while mothers were feeding their babies. 3 women were injured in the accident, 2 of them seriously, and were rushed to the trauma center for treatment. The incident has once again raised serious concerns of the condition of the 90-year-old hospital building.
Yes, it has been already declared as structurally unsafe. Let's take a look and know everything that we know in this report.
A major mishap has been reported from Bhind District Hospital in Madhya Pradesh. The ceiling of the feeding room inside the special newborn care unit suddenly collapsed. 3 mothers feeding their newborns were injured in the incident. 2 women suffered serious injuries and were shifted to the trauma center.
बच्चा को दूध पिलाई भी गई तो ऊपर छत पे गिर पड़ी हॉस्पिटल की वो सिर फट गया मैंने को बेहोश में अक्सर कराए बेग का क्या पुराना अस्पताल है हाँ पुराना अस्पताल है उसकी रिपेयरिंग होती रहती है तो बच्चों को हॉस्पिटल है तो इसलिए छत गिर गई ऊपर से
Panic and chaos gripped the hospital immediately after the collapse. The administration rushed to the scene and the SDM was sent to inspect the site. SDM of the district says the negligence that led to the incident will be looked into.
डॉक्टर साहब हमने निरीक्षण किया है वहाँ पर तो जो वार्ड था उसमें फॉल सीलिंग गिरी है उससे उनके सर में धमाक आई है हालांकि दोनों महिलाएं अभी बोल रही हैं और होश में हैं सर में थोड़ा सा बता रही हैं चोट हाँ प्लास्टर से फॉल सीलिंग गिरी है तो वो मेनली फॉल सीलिंग से गिरने से ही उनको जो भी चोट थोड़ी आई है वो आई है दो महिलाएं
The hospital building, constructed in 1936, is nearly 90 years old and has already been declared structurally unsafe.
देखो ये अपना एसएनसी पुराना वार्ड है 1936 की कंस्ट्रक्शन है ठीक है तो अभी क्या है कि सीलिंग गिरी है एक पोर्शन में उसमें हमारी मदर्स ब्रेस्ट फीड करा रही थी सिस्टर उनको काउंसलिंग कर रही थी उसमें 7-8 महिलाएं थी तो उसमें 2 महिलाओं को सिर में हल्की सी चोट आई है बाकी के नवजात शिशु एवं अन्य महिलाएं सुरक्षित किसी को कोई चोट नहीं है अस्पताल में बराबर मेंटेनेंस चलता रहता है कि अब जो पुरानी बिल्डिंग है, कोई बरसात के समय से कोई सीपेज हुआ हो तो ऊपर दिखाई तो देता नहीं है, इसलिए कोई प्लास्टर गिरा है तो उससे सीलिंग थोड़ी गिर गई है।
Families of the injured have alleged negligence on the part of the hospital administration. The civil surgeon has admitted the building is in a dilapidated condition and announced a full structural inspection to prevent such incidents in the future.
All right, viewers, Kerala CM suspense likely to end soon, and Congress High Command to announce the next Kerala Chief Minister today after a short commercial break. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll get you all the latest details on this story.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है। dissent!
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Director, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
Welcome back. You're watching live this morning. Now, suspense over Kerala's next chief minister is expected to end today, with the Congress likely to announce its decision after days of internal discussion and political uncertainty.
Now, the party has returned to power in a state after a decisive electoral victory, ending a decade-long rule of the LDF. However, even after the mandate, it has struggled to finalize its chief ministerial face, exposing visible factional undercurrents within the state unit.
Yes, 3 senior leaders are in contention. V.D. Satheeshan, who has led the UDF campaign as leader of the opposition and is seen as the party's strongest public face after this sweeping victory.
K.C. Venugopal, a key organizational figure and close aide of Rahul Gandhi with strong influence in the central leadership, and Ramesh Chennithala, a veteran leader and former leader of the opposition with deep roots in Kerala's political landscape. Let's watch this report for more information.
The big question mark on the next Kerala Chief Minister might now be coming to a full stop. Congress is expected to announce the next Chief Minister of Kerala today. There are three ministers to pick from: V.D. Satheesan, Ramesh Chennithala and K.C. Venugopal. But when it comes to this situation in Kerala, PM Modi gave a sharp attack to Congress.
अभी केरल में भी हम 1 से 3 एमएलए तक पहुंच गए हैं और जब 3 पहुंच जाते हैं ना तो वो दिन दूर नहीं जब केरल में भी बीजेपी एनडीए की संख्या 3 से बढ़कर बहुमत के आंकड़े को पार कर जाएगी.
The Congress-led UDF returned to power in Kerala after a massive electoral victory, ending the LDF's decade-long rule in the state. But despite the landslide mandate, the party has so far failed to finalize its chief ministerial face, leading to visible factional tensions inside the state unit. V.D. Satheesan, who led the UDF campaign as leader of the opposition, is seen as a strong public face after the Congress-led alliance won more than 100 seats in the 140-member assembly. K.C. Venugopal, a close aide of Rahul Gandhi and a powerful organizational figure within the AICC, is also being viewed as a serious contender, particularly due to his strong equations with the central leadership. Senior leader Ramesh Chennithala, a former leader of opposition and long-time Congress organizer in Kerala, remains the third key name in the race. The final decision is now expected to be taken by Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge along with senior leader Rahul Gandhi after consultations with MLAs and alliance partners. The delay has also triggered public lobbying and street-level campaigns by supporters of different factions, forcing the Congress leadership to warn workers against protests and pressure tactics. With Kerala now waiting for its next government to formally take shape, the announcement of the new Chief Minister is expected to define the internal power balance of the Congress in the state for years to come. And after days of political suspense, the Congress High Command now faces its biggest test, picking a leader who can both hold the party together and govern a state where expectations from the new government are already sky high.
Indeed, a three-way race, but now let's quickly take a look at the top business stories in Business Wraps.
India's power sector is facing a growing challenge of meeting electricity demand during evening and nighttime hours as rapid expansion in solar energy changes the country's grid dynamics. As per a report, the report stated that India has largely overcome broad power shortages, but rising demand from air conditioning, electric vehicles and data centers is increasing pressure during non-solar hours when renewable output drops. Now, Citi warns that the battery storage transmission upgrades and flexible thermal power will be critical to maintaining reliable electricity supply in the years ahead.
A Goldman Sachs report said that the foreign investors selling in Indian equities may be nearing its end after record outflows. But a strong return of overseas capital is unlikely in the near term. The report cites expensive valuations, weak earning visibility, and stronger investment interest in North Asian markets as the reason foreign funds remain cautious on India. Foreign investors have already pulled out a record of $22 billion from Indian equities so far this year.
India's female labour market may be entering a structural shift with more women moving from casual work into regular wage employment, according to a report. The report also states that higher education, greater decision-making power within households and improved social mobility are helping women access more stable jobs, especially in urban areas. However, disparities across education levels, regions and social groups continue to shape employment opportunities for women.
Now, India's hospital sector is set for a decade of sustained expansion, driven by rising income, insurance coverage and an aging population as per report. The market grew to a $193.4 billion in the financial year 25 and is projected to hit a $364.6 billion by 2034. Private hospitals are expected to outpace a 10.6 CAGR, aided by higher insurance share and ARPOBs. Now, India still faces a bed shortage at 1.3 per 1,000 people versus a 2.9 global median, keeping utilization above 60% at margin chains. Now, after years of deleveraging, hospitals have started a new capex cycle focused on volume growth and expansion into Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities.
All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up after the break, Nan.
That's right. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's big message amid the global energy crisis. He urges Indians to use petrol, diesel with restraint.
Introducing the Hitachi Sumo Heavy Duty Air Conditioner. Backed by Japanese innovation, Hitachi Sumo Heavy Duty AC is built to deliver a maximum cooling capacity of up to 7,400 watts. Hitachi Sumo Heavy Duty ACs come with a long air throw of up to 24 meters. The Octa sensor technology of Hitachi ACs uses 8 intelligent sensors across indoor and outdoor units. An elegant machine that's bigger, bolder and better. Isn't just an AC. It's a powerhouse built for Indian summer.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद। भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन। इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
A very warm welcome, viewers. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta and I'm here joined by my colleague, co-host, anchor.
Hi, very good morning. My name is Nayan.
And a major controversy has erupted over Vande Mataram song being played before a state song at Vijay's oath-taking event. Now CPI and also the TVK Minister Adhav Arjuna has blamed the centre's order for that.
Well, that's not all. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has given a big message amid the global energy crisis. He has urged Indians to use petrol and diesel with restraint. Now let's quickly delve into the headlines.
जैसे एक बड़ा संकल्प है पेट्रोल डीजल का संयम से इस्तेमाल करना। साथियों, हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's big message amid global energy crisis urges Indians to use petrol diesel with restraint.
India, Oman likely to discuss early free trade agreement implementations today.
Kerala CM suspense likely to end soon. Congress High Command to announce next Kerala Chief Minister today.
A major controversy over Vande Mataram being before state song at Vijay's oath-taking ceremony. CPI TVK ministers Adhav Arjuna blames centre's order.
PM Modi to participate in Somnath Amrit Parv, marking 75th anniversary of its reconstruction. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top international development. Now, Russian President Vladimir Putin has suggested that the war in Ukraine may be approaching a possible conclusion, even as fighting continues on the ground and both sides trade accusations of ceasefire violations. Now, in remarks highlighting Moscow's position, Putin blamed Western countries for prolonging the conflict, saying their support for Kyiv has escalated tensions and contributed to the ongoing war.
In fact, he also said that a temporary US-brokered ceasefire helped reduce the risk of attacks during the Russia's Victory Day commemoratories, in fact, allowing events to proceed without disruption. More in this report.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has hinted that the war in Ukraine may be moving towards a conclusion, even as fighting and mutual accusations of ceasefire violations continue. Though Putin blamed Western nations for prolonging the war through support to Kyiv.
Пообещали помощь и начали раскручивать противостояние с Россией, которое продолжается до сих пор. Я думаю, что дело идет к завершению, но все-таки это серьезная вещь. Возникает вопрос, а зачем? Во-первых, ждали сокрушительного поражения России, мы хорошо знаем.
A temporary US-brokered ceasefire had lowered the risk of attacks during the Victory Day celebrations in Russia, allowing proceedings to pass without any deadly incident. However, shortly after, both Russia and Ukraine accused each other of violating the truce.
Просто обрисовали нашим друзьям и коллегам, партнерам, обрисовали картину, которая может сложиться. У нас ни с кем нет никакого желания усугублять, ухудшать отношения. А это могло бы произойти, имея в виду, что все центры управления и принятия решения в Киеве находятся в непосредственной близости от дипломатических учреждений целого ряда стран. Там их несколько десятков.
Putin also said he was open to meeting with Ukrainian representatives in Moscow or in a third country, but stressed that such contacts should take place only if they are aimed at finalizing a long-term peace agreement rather than conducting preliminary negotiations.
И в третьей стране, но только в том случае, когда будут достигнуты окончательные договоренности о мирном договоре, который должен быть рассчитан на длительную историческую перспективу, чтобы поучаствовать в этом мероприятии, либо что-то подписать, но это должна быть окончательная точка.
As diplomatic rhetoric intensifies, the situation on the ground remains fluid, leaving the prospects for a lasting peace uncertain.
Global trade is witnessing a major structural reset as the earlier wave of deglobalization triggered by tariff wars and supply chain disruption begins to ease. Following US Supreme Court intervention on Trump-era tariff measures, a legal and operational reversal is underway.
Now, opening refund pathways for the importers. The numbers are simply overwhelming, with over 330,000 businesses eligible for claims worth more than $166 billion. Now, the development marks a shift from hyper-deglobalization to a more selective and recalibrated global trade order, where compliance, documentation and supply chain efficiency are becoming central to recovery. Watch this report for more information.
Global trade is witnessing a shift as deglobalization pressures begin to ease after years of tariff-driven disruptions and supply chain fragmentation. What started as a strong push towards deglobalization is now entering a reversal phase following US Supreme Court intervention on tariff regimes. Trump-era tariff structures under emergency trade provisions are being rolled back, marking a legal reset in global trade policy direction. The tariff taco cycle has now flipped, with courts striking key measures and opening the door for large-scale refund claims. Over 330,000 importers are now eligible for refunds as the US government activates processing of more than $166 billion in tariff returns. Federal agencies have begun structured implementation of refunds, relying on customs brokers and verified import documentation systems. The global economy is now being described as moving from hyper-deglobalization to selective re-globalization and trade recalibration. Businesses are being urged to act swiftly as tariff refunds transition from court rulings into operational supply chain recoveries.
Well, viewers, let's move on to another top story. Now, Donald Trump has rejected an Iranian response to a U.S. peace proposal as totally unacceptable. The U.S. has presented a peace proposal a week ago, which was reported to consist of a one-page, 14-point memorandum of understanding that would reopen the strait while setting a framework for further talks on Iran's nuclear program. The U.S. wants assurances that Iran will end its nuclear program as part of any peace deal. Iran has reportedly agreed to suspend enriching uranium, but for a shorter period than the 20-year moratorium proposed by the US. Iran has rejected dismantling its nuclear facilities.
But the deal is on paper, but an official signed agreement between two nations at war is more complicated than what it seems on the surface. To break this down, this volatile situation down, we have Republic's consulting editor, Saurabh Shukla, to put this complex geopolitical equation into context. Take a look.
My view of the world today is that it's a good news for geopolitics, the peace efforts across the globe following the announcement of a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. And this will also have a spillover effect, if you ask me, on the war against Iran as well, where the talks are going back and forth. And clearly, Iran also targeted UAE. The IRGC holdouts are trying to send out a message that they are not on board these talks, which are happening between the US interlocutors and the Iranian interlocutors. That's power play, so to say, because US is keen that it will maintain the blockade as long as it takes for Iran to agree to a timetable to shun its nuclear program, give away enriched uranium, and also make sure that the Strait of Hormuz is free. But I get a sense that following this, the pressure will also build on Iran, because Russia and China, the two key countries who were supporting Iran somewhat in a tacit manner, especially China, they will also now put pressure on these holdouts to make sure that they agree to a deal. This will be, I would say, a big step forward overall on the global peace efforts, because the world really needs these wars to come to an end, because obviously globally we are getting impacted by these wars. And my sense is that following this ceasefire deal, even the Iran deal will have a positive outcome in the next few days. Obviously, there will be some back and forth going forward. It's an evolving situation, but I see this as a big step forward to make sure that finally the war, the Iran war can come to an end, and obviously there is larger peace efforts between Ukraine and Russia, which was already having a big impact on the global arena. For countries like India, we are obviously directly impacted. The Strait of Hormuz getting shut down has a direct impact on India's energy costs, the Asian energy cost, and obviously the war between Russia and Ukraine also impacted us, because Ukraine is one of the world's, I would say, a food basket. So that has a global impact as well. My sense is that by the weekend we can hear some good news, and if that happens and there is finally an agreement of sorts, we are told that a framework agreement is being worked on in the first stage, and then a final agreement will come into play. But every incremental step that goes towards peace and leads to a lasting peace, be it in Middle East or between Russia and Ukraine, creates a world that will be more without geopolitical shocks, because all of us are getting impacted, whether it's rising gas prices, energy cost, economic cost, and also cost of doing business when it comes to companies. We are all getting impacted by this war. and it's time that we move towards a world of peace away from a world of war.
Now, North Korea has once again raised the global nuclear alarm. Kim Jong-un's regime has now reportedly amended its constitution to ensure that even if the North Korean leader is assassinated or incapacitated, a nuclear strike would automatically be launched.
Yeah, there's something called the dead hand in Russia. We'll talk about it later, but it also explains the fact that even if the leader gets killed, then Russia still has the capacity of firing a nuclear weapon. And I believe that this is at par with what Russia is doing. Now, the move is being seen as Pyongyang's strongest warning yet against any attempt at regime change or a so-called decapitation strike. Now, the development comes amid rising tensions in East Asia and renewed missile activity from North Korea. Here's a report on everything we know so far.
North Korea has sent out a sharp new nuclear warning to the world, with Kim Jong-un's regime reportedly changing its constitution to allow an automatic nuclear strike if the leader is killed or incapacitated. The new doctrine states that if North Korea's nuclear command system comes under threat from hostile forces, a nuclear retaliatory strike would be launched immediately. The move is being viewed as a direct warning against any possible decapitation strike targeting Kim Jong-un or the North Korean leadership. The constitutional change was reportedly approved during a recent session of North Korea's Supreme People's Assembly. The development comes as Pyongyang continues to expand its nuclear and missile program, with multiple ballistic missile tests reported this year alone. North Korea is also believed to be developing tactical nuclear weapons, submarine launched systems, and nuclear-capable warships. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-un has repeatedly declared that North Korea's nuclear status is irreversible and insisted that denuclearization talks are no longer on the table. For South Korea, Japan and the United States, the latest move is likely to deepen security concerns across the region. There may be no immediate missile crisis at the moment, but North Korea's message is loud and clear. Its nuclear strategy is no longer just about deterrence, it's about guaranteeing regime survival at any cost.
Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi attended the 45th anniversary celebration of the Art of Living Foundation in Bengaluru, marking a major milestone for the global spiritual and humanitarian organization founded by Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar.
The organization, which has offices in over 100 nations across the world, has been engaged in welfare activities and social development initiatives. The Prime Minister inaugurated a new meditation center and praised the organization's contribution towards wellness and social service. Here's a report on everything we know so far.
भारत के यशस्वी और सर्वप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी देश विदेश से पधारे विशिष्ट अतिथिगण और मेरे प्रिय भाइयों और बहनों, आज 122 देशों से आर्ट ऑफ लिविंग के 100 करोड़ साधकों के विशाल और वैश्विक परिवार की ओर से मैं हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का इस पावन भूमि पर हृदय की गहराइयों से सहर्ष स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन करता हूं।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi participated in the 45th anniversary celebrations of the Art of Living in Bengaluru. PM Modi also inaugurated the newly constructed Dhyan Mandir at the Art of Living International Centre. Addressing the gathering, the Prime Minister praised the Art of Living Foundation for its work in the fields of stress relief, youth outreach, rural development, education, and humanitarian service.
स्वाभाविक चरित्र है, पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी ये संस्कार सरिता हम सबको संस्कारित करती हैं, प्रेरित करती हैं, ऊर्जावान बनाती है। भारत के अनेक आध्यात्मिक आंदोलनों ने अंततः स्वयं को मानव सेवा के माध्यम से ही अभिव्यक्त किया है। मुझे खुशी है कि आर्ट ऑफ लिविंग के हर प्रयास में सेवा की इसी भावना का प्रतिबिंब नजर आता है।
The event saw participation from thousands of followers, volunteers, spiritual leaders, and international delegates from more than 180 countries. Founded in 1981, the Art of Living has grown into a global organization with presence across multiple countries through wellness programs, meditation courses, and community service initiatives.
आज भारत के सभी लोग इतने गर्व से चल रहे हैं कि आपने भारत को एक दूसरी स्तर पर ले गए। गंदगी, गरीबी और अव्यवस्था से लोगों को उठा के देश को एक नई पहचान आपने दिया। आप आते ही आपने घोषित किया स्वच्छ भारत अभियान। सब जगह स्वच्छता, स्वच्छ, सुंदर और सुरक्षित देश। आप जरा मुड़ के देखिए कितना असुरक्षित महसूस कर रहे थे। आज देश में वो बात नहीं रही। पूरी तरह से ये जो जिसको रेड टेरर कह के कहते हैं वो पूरी तरह से समाप्त हो गया। ऐसे कई जगह हिंसा से मुक्त कर दिया देश को और देश में एक नई ऊर्जा आपने जगाया।
Over the years, the foundation has been involved in disaster relief, prison rehabilitation programs, water conservation projects, and mental health awareness campaigns. The celebrations in Bengaluru concluded cultural performances, spiritual sessions, meditation programs, and addresses by global participants. Prime Minister Modi also spoke about India's tradition of spirituality, wellness, and inner discipline, saying such organizations have helped take India's cultural and spiritual message to the world. The event marked a major moment for the organization, which has completed 45 years of global outreach and social engagement. And with thousands gathered in Bengaluru, the celebrations became a showcase of India's growing global spiritual footprint.
Indeed, PM Modi's message of Swachhata and Swachh Bharat have taken the entire country by storm, and this event definitely marked a stepping stone towards this bigger victory. Now let's take a look at the international stories.
In international wraps now.
Thousands rallied outside 10 Downing Street in UK on Sunday to protest anti-Semitism and demand stronger protection for the British Jews. Demonstrators waved Israeli and UK flags following a series of attacks targeting the Jewish community. The latest incident came on Wednesday when 2 Jewish men were stabbed in North London in what police called a terrorist attack. A 45-year-old suspect has been charged with attempted murder.
At least 11 people were hospitalized on Saturday after a charter boat exploded in Biscayne Bay near Hollow. A sandbar emergency crews responded to the blast just before 1 p.m, treating multiple injured passengers at the scene. Authorities say the cause of the explosion remains under investigation.
Venezuela's acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, said that she will travel to The Hague to defend Venezuela's claim over the disputed Essequibo region ahead of hearing at the International Court of Justice. The long-running dispute pits Venezuela against Guyana over the oil-rich territory which Guyana administers, but Caracas claims belongs to Venezuela. Venezuela continues to reject the UN court's jurisdiction, arguing the matter should be settled through direct negotiations.
Hundreds of supporters of Mali's military junta gathered in Bamako on Saturday to show support for the country's transitional authorities following a wave of deadly attacks by armed groups. The rally comes after coordinated assaults last month by jihadist and separatist fighters that killed several people, including Defense Minister Sadio Kamara. Mali's junta, which seized power in 2020, says it remains committed to restoring security amid escalating violence. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up, Nayan.
That's right. Coming up after this short break, Prime Minister to visit Somnath Temple to mark the 75th year of reconstruction of the Jyotirlingas. He will also hold a roadshow in the region today.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
বাজি মার, বাংলা আমার কাঁদবে না।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो है। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार. क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने.
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ. सोच बदलो और बैंक भी. चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट. स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा. सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic with me, Chongtham Amrita. And after the war in West Asia has created a global energy crisis, now Prime Minister Narendra Modi has appealed to all Indians to be cautionary in using fuel, especially with petrol and diesel, and with a possibility of a rising hike in fuel prices incoming, as many Indians have raised this particular concern. We have all the details, but first let's get you the headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
जैसे एक बड़ा संकल्प है पेट्रोल डीजल का संयम से इस्तेमाल करना, साथियों हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's big message amid global energy crisis urges Indians to use petrol, diesel with restraint. India, Oman likely to discuss early free trade agreement implementation today. Kerala Chief Minister's suspense likely to end very soon, as Congress High Command will be announcing the next Kerala Chief Minister today. A major controversy over Vande Mataram being played before the state song at Vijay's oath-taking ceremony. CPI TVK Minister Adhav Arjuna blames centre's orders. Prime Minister Modi to participate in Somnath Amrit Parv, marking 75th anniversary of its reconstruction. Viewers, beginning this bulletin with a major story, our top focus at this hour. In fact, the SIT has arrested 3 people in the murder case of Suvendu Adhikari's aide. Now, the special investigation team has arrested 3 persons in connection with the murder of Chandranath Rath, the personal assistant to Suvendu Adhikari, Bengal's chief minister. And now the 3 accused have been apprehended from Buxar region in Bihar. Now, according to officials, the arrested persons are notorious sharpshooters and detectives are repeatedly interrogating them. And now efforts are also underway to ascertain who hired them to carry out the killing, as it has been established that he was in fact chased down, and it turned out to be a contract killing. In fact, as Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari has termed this a cold-blooded murder. Now, this is a big breakthrough, as the SIT has in fact arrested 3 individuals from Bihar now, and in Bihar, in fact, and these 3 they have been arrested are sharpshooters. All right, big correction now coming in. The 3 accused have been arrested not from Bihar but in fact from UP, and they are sharpshooters. And now investigations are being carried out to ascertain who in fact hired them. Right, we have our reporter Manav from the ground who has been tracking the story. Manav, what's the latest?
रची गई थी। अब ये जांच का विषय है, जांच में क्या निकल के आता है, किसने कहा था, किसने हत्या करवाई, ये सारी जांच का विषय है। लेकिन पुलिस इसमें काफी एक तरीके से सख्ती बरत रही है, किसी भी तरीके की जानकारी अभी सार्वजनिक नहीं की जा रही है। और जब हमने बात की पुलिस अधिकारियों तो उनका यही कहना है कि फिलहाल जानकारी यही है कि 3 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है, कोर्ट में पेश किया जाएगा और बाकायदा जब जरूरत लगेगी पुलिस को तो इसको और ज्यादा सार्वजनिक जानकारी बाहर दी जाएगी।
Right, this are some of the latest visuals that we're seeing, and the visuals on your screen just moments before Suvendu's personal assistant was chased down and killed. And now the special investigation team have arrested 3 sharpshooters from UP, and the case has been now being thoroughly investigated, and detectives are even looking for people who have in fact hired these 3 people. The 3 accused are sharpshooters, renowned sharpshooters, and they were in fact hired, it seems, now as investigations emerge. And now these 3 have been in fact arrested, and they will be produced before the Barasat court today. Now moving on to another story. Now, days after suffering a humiliating defeat at the hands of the Bharatiya Janata Party in assembly polls, a section of Trinamool Congress leaders has been appearing to be blaming political consultancy firm, the AIADMK, for the setback. Senior Trinamool Congress leader and Lok Sabha Chief Whip Kalyan Banerjee has pointed out that the dependency on AIADMK had caused the party this election. He said, and I quote him, AIADMK has completely destroyed the Trinamool Congress organization. Full dependency on AIADMK has not been accepted. Now, after the humiliating defeat, they have now blamed the AIADMK, which has been marred in controversy, and Enforcement Directorate has in fact arrested its president and director before the election was even out, with regards to a huge fraud case as well. I am now joined on the phone line by my colleague Harsha, who has been tracking this story from Kolkata. Harsha, very good morning to you, and thank you for joining on this broadcast. What's the latest you're tracking at this moment? We are seeing more and more TMC leaders now blaming the AIADMK for the setback, for the defeat of the TMC in the elections.
Yes, you rightly saw and rightly pointed out. Most of the leaders, not only Kalyan Banerjee, but before this, Riju Datta also spoke on the IPAC, that it was the IPAC and full dependency of the IPAC that cost the Trinamool Congress the entire election. And it was too much dependency that IPAC was the one who was deciding on each and everything. And also, Amrita, we saw at the time that not only from this, IPAC was deciding which leader should be given ticket, which should not be given the ticket, whom should Mamata support, whom should Mamata not support, what should be the strategy for the election, what should be the speeches of the election, what should be the target, hitting points of Mamata Banerjee on BJP. Everything was IPAC deciding, and that is the reason why Kalyan Banerjee, Member of Parliament in TMC, now has come out openly in public and stating that it was the only dependency on the IPAC which has cost Congress the elections, and that is now being witnessed because not only Kalyan Banerjee but many leaders have decided that yes, TMC was wrong in giving the full dependency of the election only to the IPAC, the organization which is now under the scanner of ED, where all the where the cases are being investigated of the owners of the IPAC, where we saw that how entire IPAC was, completely all the workers were given forced leave, were asked to work from home. We also all each and everything going on in IPAC, and having a dependency on such an organization has literally cost Trinamool Congress the elections. This is what now the leaders are also speaking about. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much for all of your inputs, Harsha, and we will be in touch with you very shortly. Now, viewers, moving on to another story, because this is a big emerging as more and more TMC leaders are now blaming the IPAC, not just Kalyan Banerjee, but also Riju Datta, who has also made a significant claim against the TMC leadership. And TMC leader Riju Datta has in fact alleged his own party, saying that outsider organization like the IPAC has been influencing and controlling the internal mechanism, and saying that it has been in fact one of the reasons for the defeat. And also he also said that in the past, involvement also in the election strategies, the IPAC has made continuous involvement into this, and Riju Datta has said that the disrespect against women has also been one of the reasons for the TMC's decline. We have more news report. Take a look.
From losing West Bengal after ruling for 15 years to own party members making shocking allegations, Mamata Banerjee's troubles seem to be showing no signs of ending. Her own party's former leader can now be seen making shocking revelations. Suspended TMC leader Riju Datta in a scathing attack on former West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee claimed that the duo had allowed an outsider organization to capture the mechanisms of the party. Datta was hinting at the political consultancy firm IPAC, which was in charge of the strategizing the Mamata Banerjee-led party's poll campaign.
दीदी और अभिषेक जी को इसका जिम्मेदारी लेना पड़ेगा कि कैसे आप दोनों के रहते हुए एक बाहर की संस्था पूरा एक पार्टी को कैप्चर कर लिया। जब प्रतीक जैन के घर पे रेड हुआ, दीदी दौड़ के गई अपना डेटा लेने के लिए कि मेरा पार्टी का डेटा। आज दीदी के नाम पे सुप्रीम कोर्ट पे ईडी का केस चल रहा है। केस का कुछ इधर उधर हो गया तो दीदी को जेल भी हो सकता है।
Riju Datta did not stop here. Datta went on to blame TMC for its own defeat, saying that biggest reason for TMC's defeat is the disrespect for women.
गांव के हिंदू महिलाओं के ऊपर जो अत्याचार किया है, 1500 से आप एक महिला का सम्मान नहीं खरीद सकते 1500 रुपए से। बंगाल की महिलाओं में दोनों हाथ से दीदी को आशीर्वाद किया था, पर उनके ऊपर जो जुल्म हुआ है, इसका ये प्रतिफलन है।
Days after his suspension, Riju Datta also issued an unconditional public apology to UP cadre IPS Ajay Pal Sharma, saying his earlier remarks were made in his capacity as a party spokesperson and not out of any personal animosity. Seeking to diffuse the controversy, Datta said he did not want the matter to escalate further and therefore decided to apologize publicly.
मैं इस वीडियो के माध्यम से आईपीएस श्री अजय पाल शर्मा जी को ये सीधी तरह कहना चाहता हूं कि जो भी बातें मैंने कही थी वो एक पार्टी के प्रवक्ता के तौर पे पार्टी के हेडक्वार्टर में बैठ के पार्टी का लाइन पकड़ के मैंने कहा था। कोई ये व्यक्तिगत टिप्पणी नहीं थी, ना ही मेरे साथ आपका कोई व्यक्तिगत विवाद है। और मैं उस शब्दों के लिए, जो शब्द मेरे मुंह से निकला था, भले ही मैं पार्टी का प्रवक्ता हूं, उस शब्दों का व्यवहार करने के लिए और वो शब्द आपके खिलाफ यूज करने के लिए मैं इस वीडियो के माध्यम से मैं आपसे बिना शर्त की माफी मांगता हूं।
Earlier, Datta also praised Bengal's new CM Suvendu Adhikari, to which BJP took a jibe, saying that it is natural for Datta to praise Adhikari now that the tides have turned in favor of the Saffron Party.
Viewers, we have a big breaking news coming in at the moment. Now, President Donald Trump has rejected Iran's latest proposal to end the conflict and, in fact, called Tehran's response totally unacceptable. According to reports, Iran, through mediator Pakistan, proposed an immediate end to fighting and a hold to the U.S. naval blockade and guarantees against future attacks. While a ceasefire has largely held in recent weeks, tensions remain high. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also says that Iran's enriched uranium stockpile and nuclear sites must still be dismantled before the war can truly end. Meanwhile, reports also suggest that the U.S. proposal includes suspending Iran's nuclear enrichment in exchange for sanctions relief and reopening a free transit through the Strait of Hormuz, a key global oil route still being disrupted by Tehran, as they claim. And U.S. President Donald Trump has, in fact, continued to say that he still does not like Iran's response to the proposal made by the U.S. and saying that they will, in fact, try to assert more of their proposal to be accepted by Iran. But Iran continues to maintain ground and says they have not accepted it. President Donald Trump has reacted to it and rejected the latest proposal, Iran's latest proposal to end the conflict, calling it totally unacceptable. These are some of the latest developments coming in amid the talks of ceasefire in the West Asia region. Even though there is very little firing of drone strikes around the region, there are still talks of a ceasefire with proposals being placed in both sides. And while an official agreement has not been finalized, there are still talks about agreeing to some lines and some pointers in each of the proposals. Now, viewers, let's move on to now another story. These failed talks mediated by Pakistan continue to impact the global oil and energy markets, with ripples also being felt in India. Prime Minister Modi has called for a collective restraint in fuel usage, urging citizens to adopt public transport, carpooling, electronic vehicles, and efficient freight systems. India is aiming to change energy consumption pattern as the world navigates a global economic volatility. Watch this report for the full details.
Rising crude oil prices are increasing transportation and logistics costs, adding fresh pressure on inflation and household expenses. The Strait of Hormuz disruption has exposed India's heavy dependence on imported oil and global supply chains. PM Modi reiterated that rising crude prices and cost-push inflation demand disciplined fuel consumption and collective national responsibility. PM Modi stressed that reducing petrol and diesel usage can help India manage inflation and rising logistics costs amid the West Asia crisis. PM Modi reiterated that energy conservation is now directly linked to economic stability and supply chain resilience. Sustainable practices are the new way to serve the nation, says PM Modi.
पिछले 2 महीने से हमारे पड़ोस में ही इतना बड़ा युद्ध चल रहा है। इसका असर पूरी दुनिया पर पड़ा है और भारत पर तो और भी गंभीर असर हुआ है। साथियों, भारत के पास बड़े बड़े तेल के कुएं नहीं हैं। हमें अपनी जरूरत का पेट्रोल, डीजल, गैस, ये सब बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में दुनिया के दूसरे देशों से, बाहर से मंगाना पड़ता है। युद्ध की वजह से पूरी दुनिया में पेट्रोल, डीजल, गैस और फर्टिलाइजर के दाम बहुत अधिक बढ़ चुके हैं, आसमान को भी पार कर गए हैं।
Now with rupees depreciate vis-a-vis dollar and strain on net foreign exchange reserves, PM further requested. Further, farmers are urged to cut chemical fertilizer usage by 50%, especially urea, and gradually shift towards natural farming practices to ensure sustainable agriculture.
विदेशी मुद्रा की खपत वाला एक और सेक्टर हमारी खेती है। हम बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में बाहर से केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर इंपोर्ट करते हैं। केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर खेती के कारण हमारी धरती मां को बहुत पीड़ा हो रही है, हमारे खेत बर्बाद हो रहे हैं। अगर आज हम अपने खेत को नहीं बचाएंगे तो भविष्य में फसलों पर भी खतरा आ जाएगा। इसलिए बहुत जरूरी है कि हम केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर की खपत 25%, 30%, 40%, 50% उसको घटाए, आधी कर दें और हम उसके साथ साथ नेचुरल फार्मिंग की तरफ बढ़ें।
The push towards natural farming is aimed at protecting soil health while also reducing India's overall current account deficit.
And now, viewers, we are taking a very short break, but we'll be right back with more stories lined up for you on the other side. As the Kerala Chief Minister's suspense is likely to end very soon, Congress High Command to announce the next Kerala Chief Minister today.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा लगता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
Welcome back, and let us move on to another story. The much-awaited trailer of the upcoming Hindi film Aakhri Sawal was launched in the presence of the cast and crew. Starring Sanjay Dutt, the film explores significant chapters of Indian history and has already created buzz among cinema lovers. And directed by Abhijit Mohan Warang, the movie is slated for a theatrical release on May 15, 2026. Take a look.
We have a very intelligent audience out there. और इस फिल्म में हमने जिन जिन सवालों के जवाब दिए हैं, जिन सवालों को सोशल मीडिया पे बहुत अलग तरीके से बताया जाता है, उसके जवाब वो हिस्टोरिकल इवेंट्स क्रिएट करके हमने दिए हैं. वो उन जवाबों को देखें और अपनी क्षमता, अपनी इंटेलिजेंस के अनुसार अपना ओपिनियन फॉर्म करें. इस फिल्म में हम केवल तथ्य दिखा रहे हैं which are taken from historical events.
इस फिल्म से जब लोग इसे देखेंगे उनको समझ में आएगा और संघ जो इतने सालों से देश के लिए करते आ रहा है उसके बारे में भी समझ में आएगा. और आप अपने अनुसार, अपने व्यक्तिगत से आप क्या कर सकते हैं. हाउ कैन यू बी अ स्वयं सेवक फॉर भारत, हाउ कैन यू बी द कस्टोडियन ऑफ योर कंट्री. ये सवाल मैं अपने आप से रोज़ पूछता हूँ. आशा करता हूँ, उम्मीद करता हूँ कि आखिरी सवाल देखने के बाद आप में भी और अपने देश के प्रति, हमारे भारत के प्रति भाव बढ़े.
मतलब ये सवाल जो है हर बार पूछे जाते हैं, इसके जवाब हम देना चाहते हैं लेकिन कोई सुनना नहीं चाहता है और जानबूझ के उसको बगल दी जाती है. इसलिए इस फिल्म के माध्यम से ये कुछ सवाल है जो राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ के बारे में हमेशा हर किसी के मन में होते हैं, ये पूछने का हमने धाड़स किया इस फिल्म से.
Now, viewers, we are taking a very short break, but we'll be right back with you with more stories lined up for you. On the other side, coming up next, Prime Minister Modi to participate in Somnath Amrit, marking the 75th anniversary of its reconstruction.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी. डिबेट यानी विवाद. भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन. इसमें भरोसा रखता है.
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है.
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला.
Director, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ.
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
Okay.
চুরিও এই ছেলেরা রুখবে সীমান্তের হিন্দুদের বুকে আগলে রাখবো 15 বছর কেটেছি অনেক এবার ঘোরা ভোটের দিনে ছাপ্পা রেখে চলবে না তো সরকার চাই বিজেপি সরকার সরকার চাই বিজেপি সরকার
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
डीजल का संयम से इस्तेमाल करना साथियों हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's big message amid global energy crisis urges Indians to use petrol, diesel with restraint. Big breakthrough emerges in the case of Suvendu Adhikari's PA's murder. 3 sharpshooters arrested from UP to be produced in court today. After massive dubbing in Bengal Assembly polls, TMC shift blame to the IPAC, with Kalyan Banerjee saying IPAC fully destroyed the TMC. PM Modi to participate in Somnath Amrit Parv, marking 75th anniversary of its reconstruction. Kerala Chief Minister suspense continues in Congress. High Command announcement on next Kerala Chief Minister likely to happen later today. And a major controversy over Vande Mataram being played before state song at Vijay's oath-taking ceremony. CPI TVK Minister Adhav Arjuna blamed centre's order.
All right, viewers, we have breaking news that's coming in. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh is to chair the meeting of the informal, empowered group of ministers set up to monitor the situation in West Asia at 10:30 a.m. today. Now, the discussions are likely on petrol and diesel price hike, and this means that the decision in the marketing companies continue to face mounting financial losses, estimated at nearly 30,000 crore per month. Rajnath Singh to chair the meeting of the informal empowered group of ministers. And if this hike is approved, petrol and diesel prices in India could rise by 4 to 5 rupees per litre, while domestic LPG cylinder prices may see an increase of 40 to 50 rupees per cylinder. Now, this would mark the first major revision in prices of petrol and diesel nearly after 4 years. This meeting is going to be held at 10:30 a.m. today, and this will set up to monitor the situation that is escalating in West Asia. It's an informal empowered group of ministers, and there is a likely increase of petrol and diesel prices by 4 to 5 rupees per litre, while the domestic LPG cylinder price may be increased by 40 to 50 rupees per cylinder. And now all of this is going to happen at around 10:30 p.m. These discussions are going to take place, and that will let us know and tell us if this continued estimated loss of nearly 30,000 crore per month will continue to be faced by the oil marketing companies or not. The meeting to be held at 10:30 a.m. today. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh to chair the meeting of informal empowered group of ministers today at 10:30 a.m. Now, this is all happening because the petrol and diesel prices hike are continuing due to the West Asia escalation. It does not cease. Now, let's see what is going to happen at 10:30 a.m. today.
ज्यादा से ज्यादा मेट्रो में ही जाएंगे। अगर कार में ही जाना जरूरी है तो फिर कार पूल करने का प्रयास करें और भी लोगों को साथ बिठा ले। अगर हमें कहीं सामान भेजना हो तो कोशिश करनी है कि वह ज्यादा से ज्यादा रेलवे गुड्स के जो ट्रेन होती है रेलवे की सर्विसेज से भेजे, ताकि इलेक्ट्रिक रेलवे होने के कारण पेट्रोल डीजल की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती है। जिन लोगों के पास इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल है वो भी कोशिश करें कि इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल का ज्यादा से ज्यादा उपयोग करें। साथियों, हमने कोरोना के समय में वर्क फ्रॉम होम की, ऑनलाइन मीटिंग्स की, वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस की, ऐसी अनेक व्यवस्थाएं विकसित की और हमें आदत भी हो गई थी। आज समय की मांग ऐसी है कि उन व्यवस्थाओं को हम फिर से शुरू करें तो वो देश हित में होगा। वर्क फ्रॉम होम, ऑनलाइन कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, वर्चुअल मीटिंग्स, इनको हमें फिर से प्राथमिकता देनी है। साथियों, आज जो संकट है उसमें हमें विदेशी मुद्रा बचाने पर भी बहुत जोर देना होगा, क्योंकि दुनिया में पेट्रोल डीजल इतना ज्यादा महंगा हो गया है, पहले से कई गुना ज्यादा कीमतें बढ़ गई है। तो हम सबका दायित्व है कि पेट्रोल डीजल की खरीद पर जो विदेशी मुद्रा खर्च होती है, पेट्रोल डीजल बचाकर हमें वो मुद्रा भी बचानी है। इसके लिए हमारे छोटे छोटे प्रयास भी देश की बहुत मदद कर सकते हैं। जैसे आजकल जो विदेशों में शादियों का, विदेशों में घूमने का, विदेशों में वैकेशन पर जाने का मिडिल क्लास में कल्चर बढ़ता जा रहा है। हमें तय करना होगा कि जब ये संकट का काल है और हमारी देशभक्ति हमें ललकार रही है, तो कम से कम एक साल के लिए हमें विदेशों में जाने की बातों को टालना चाहिए। भारत में बहुत सारी जगह है, वहां हम जा सकते हैं, बहुत कुछ भारत में किया जा सकता है। साथियों, हमें विदेशी मुद्रा बचाने के जो भी रास्ते हम लोग अपना सकते हैं, हमें बचाना होगा। साथियों, गोल्ड यानी सोने की खरीद।
Right, that was PM Modi urging us to restrain the fuel usage in India, which includes both petrol and diesel. I have my colleague Harsh joining us live, and he's going to be helping us understand this rising Harsh, this rising fuel by the international conflict, and the Prime Minister framing the current crisis not just as a government challenge, but a test of national character. What's your take on that?
Well, right. In fact, now in this regard, a very urgent meeting has also been scheduled at 10:30 a.m. Now, this is just a few minutes away from the time from when we are reporting it. Now, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh is gonna chair this meeting, and an informal group of ministers, which were already participating in multiple such meetings earlier to keep the West Asia crisis in check, are going to take part in this meeting. Now, this meeting is going to be very crucial because Defense Minister Rajnath Singh is going to chair this meeting at 10:30 a.m. Among the key attendees is going to be Home Minister Amit Shah, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, and Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri. Now, this is going to be a very, very important meeting because informal group of ministers are all set to meet at 10:30 a.m. and Rajnath Singh is gonna head this meeting, is gonna chair this meeting, and this comes at a time just a day ahead after PM Modi also addressed in Hyderabad. He talked about the fuel crisis. He mentioned that the oil marketing companies, in fact, our sources in the petroleum ministry are maintaining that the oil marketing companies are bearing heavy brunt. They are facing losses worth nearly 30,000 crores every month due to the ongoing West Asia crisis. And it is also expected that although there is no rise in domestic LPG rates have been witnessed. There is no surge in petrol or diesel prices have been witnessed, but it is expected because it comes at a time and it is an evolving situation that we can expect some kind of surge in domestic LPG cylinders in the days to come. We can also expect some rise in petroleum and diesel rates at the petrol pumps in the days to come, because this is a very crucial condition, very significant condition that we are facing due to the prolonged closure of Strait of Hormuz, which is continuing due to the West Asia crisis, as the situation is continuously intensifying there. And we are facing, including the oil marketing companies here in India, are facing the brunt of the situation in the West Asia.
Thank you so much, Harsh, for giving us that information. Please stay in touch with us and we will get back for more. But for now, Adhav Arjuna, minister in the newly sworn Vijay cabinet, has clarified his government's stance on the Tamil song and national anthem controversy. He said the new government in Tamil Nadu, formed under the leadership of the Tamiliga Vetrikanizam, has no different opinion than this established practice. This new practice is inappropriate for Tamil Nadu, he said. In the mother Tamil Nadu, the Tamil Nadu government, formed under the leadership of the Tamiliga Vetrikanizam, does not agree with the Tamil invocation song that was played. Now, when we pressed the governor's side on this matter, it was conveyed that the governor, as the responsible authority, must act to the new curriculum from the union government. Now, this is a controversy when this song Vande Mataram was played instead of the initial, the song that was from the Tamil Nadu side. And this event was the first time when a non-Dravidian party was formed in the government in the state since 1967, and the breaking traditional domination of the AIADMK and the DMK. Now, meanwhile, the government, Arlekar, has approved of the recommendation, but this whole Vande Mataram song to be played, was not conveyed as a protocol. And I have my colleague Sharda on a line with us. Sharda, this controversy doesn't seem to be seeing the end of light, and it's been more than a day, and this controversy only seems to be escalating.
Well, this is not the first time the controversy has arisen where the Tamil anthem is not being sung before the Vande Mataram or the national anthem. Last year in the assembly session in 2025, when M.K. Stalin also had the governor, even in February when there was Governor R.N. Ravi there, it was the fight that said the Tamil anthem will be played before national anthem, and the governor walked out telling that according to the central government's order and also in the Indian constitution, now it's important to sing the Vande Mataram and the national anthem at the first, because it's the 150th year of the Vande Mataram song being composed. It's been made compulsory to sing the entire song. Last time the governor walked out. This time, as it was the governor's event, not the chief minister's event, the governor's event sworning in the chief minister, it was necessary to play the national anthem and the Vande Mataram before the Tamil anthem, is what the governor's side says to the public. However, the CPI and the TVK, which are now with the coalition government in the state of Tamil Nadu, the external support rendering party, raised a letter to the TVK telling that they will not be silent for this, and the TVK had to react. Now, Adhav Arjuna, the minister of Tamil Nadu, has stated that TVK will not be silent if the Tamil anthem is not being respected. Also stated that it is necessary to play the Tamil anthem before the Vande Mataram and the national anthem. So now, TVK is in a political boil situation, whereas it's the same in the situation of the DMK when the governor said that the national anthem should be sung first. They did not agree for it. Now, in the going forward, TVK is saying that they will not be silent and would agree if the Tamil anthem is played first, followed by the national anthem and Vande Mataram. Meanwhile, the governor's events continue to be going on with the national anthem and the Vande Mataram song initially. So we have to wait and watch when there is going to be an end to it, if the governor is going to be giving a clear clarification on the difference between the government event and the governor's event.
Right. Thank you so much, Sharda, for giving us that information. I truly feel that there was also a third song that was also played on loop. What are your thoughts about that?
The third song is the Tamil anthem, which is the Tamil Taivarthu, which is generally played first. That is all the scenario about. So in that case, now the question comes out if the Tamil anthem will be played first anymore. TVK stands for it.
Right. Thank you, Sharda. Thank you for giving us that information. We will get back to you shortly. But let's also understand from the Tamil Nadu's assembly point of view, what is it that really happened there? Sharda, have there been any developments so far after this controversy?
Well, as of now, no developments. Today is the assembly where all 234 as MLAs would be taking oath and giving their promises. So today we have to see in the assembly floor whether this issue is being brought by the DMK opposition party leaders, and also if the CPI is going to stand with the TVK or their ally DMK. So now it's all eyes on the assembly floor whether it's going to be brought out, because it's early an oath-taking event today. All 234 MLAs are to take oath. Meanwhile, if this issue is going to be brought in the assembly floor, what is the Chief Minister Vijay is going to be answering for this? All eyes on that.
That's right. In fact, as we speak, Sharda, right now on our television screen is also Chief Minister swearing in. All of the, the cabinet ministers are also a part, and they're also swearing in. Are there any developments that you know since you are on ground zero?
And we now have to wait because it's just a swearing-in ceremony. It's just started. We have to wait if the floor is going to be opening for the opposition leader to speak, also to the other MLAs, the other ally parties to speak. So today is a plain swearing-in ceremony for the MLAs. If there is even the pro-tem speaker, Karpaya, has to say whether there is space for them to speak about the issues in the state, and that is when we'll know whether they're going to be bringing up the three promises filed by the TVK leader and the Chief Minister of the state, Mr. Vijay. In the meanwhile, the question remains, what is the first attack that the DMK is going to be taking on Vijay?
Right, Sharda. So on your television screen is the Tamil Nadu Assembly where the cabinet ministers are swearing in along with Chief Minister Vijay. And these are the visuals that are coming in. This is followed by a controversy where the ceremony began by singing of Vande Mataram and national anthem. And all of that happened, but right now on your television screen is the cabinet ministers and finally Vijay swearing in to form a party at Tamil Nadu. Now, it's 75 years since the inauguration of the restored Somnath temple in Gujarat, one of India's most revered pilgrimage sites and also the foremost among the 12 Jyotirlingas. Now, this marks the milestone of the Somnath Amrit Parv. Celebrations are held at the Prabhas Patan, in fact, highlighting the temple's historic restoration in 1951, led by Dr. Rajendra Prasad, with key efforts also attributed to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be participating in the commemorative events honoring the legacy of the temple's revival and its enduring cultural and spiritual significance. Here's more in this report.
"75 years since the inauguration of the restored Somnath temple in Gujarat, located at Prabhas Patan in Gujarat and widely revered as the foremost of the 12 Jyotirlingas. To commemorate the occasion, the Somnath Amrit Parv is being celebrated.
Temple is completing 75 years of restoration after the independence, that is 11th of May. On the other hand, it is completing 1,000 years of the first attack, very first attack which happened years back. Let me tell you, the temple was being attacked for more than 17 times. But this is a kind of resilience, power, strength which was being shown by then martyrs and people who have contributed to the grandeur of the way the temple is standing today.
Prime Minister Modi will participate in the celebrations marking the anniversary of the 1951 restoration led by Dr. Rajendra Prasad and honor the efforts of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel to rebuild the temple. The Somnath temple has also come to symbolize enduring pride and cultural identity.
सोमनाथ भक्तों द्वारा आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का भव्य स्वागत किया जाएगा। ये रोड शो के बाद आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी भगवान सोमनाथ जी के दर्शन के लिए मंदिर में पधारेंगे। मंदिर में प्रधानमंत्री जी सोमनाथ जी की पूजा अर्चना के बाद खास तौर पे सोमनाथ अमृत सभा का भी खास तौर पे आयोजन किया गया है, उसमें भी प्रधानमंत्री जी भाग लेंगे।
Earlier this year, the temple trust has organized the Somnath Swabhiman Parv to commemorate 1,000 years since the first recorded attack on the shrine. Despite repeated destructive attacks, the Somnath temple continues to stand as a symbol of self-respect and courage. Security has beefed up as preparations for the Prime Minister's visit have been underway in Gir Somnath district.
Swarali, our colleague, is on the ground right now in Somnath, and this historic grand celebration of the 75th anniversary is now taking place. Swarali, since you're there, why don't you give us more reports since you are on ground zero? Swarali? Please give us more details of the Somnath Amrit Parv 2026, the 75th anniversary after Dr. Rajendra Prasad inaugurated.
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, on one hand, where is it complete? The Somnath temple completes 75 years of restoration. On the other hand, the first invasion on the same temple is completing 1,000 years. So it's been an occasion, and still this temple stands strong with a kind of resilient power and strength in civilization and culture. Has behind me, you can see the statue of Amirji Kohol, who laid his life to save the same temple. Let me tell you, from this way, PM Narendra Modi will be approaching after completing his 1 kilometer road show, and a tribute will be paid to the statue and all the fighters who have given their lives to save the same temple. We all know that in 17 times it was being attacked. Let me also tell you, once the PM Narendra Modi walks inside, several cultural performances are going to take place. Joel Singer of Nashik has some concert performance. Somnath will be done. On the other hand, dance performances from Gujarat, Odisha will be done. He'll be participating in Mahabhishek. The revered water from 11 rivers has been brought, with which the Abhishek will be done with the help of crane on the top with the sticker of this temple. And Vajarohan, which is very important, Vajarohan, flag hoisting will also be done by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We can see behind all the cultural performances will be performed over here in the same job, in the same area where we are standing right now. The preparations are underway, and after Prime Minister Narendra Modi lands at Triveni helipad, 1 kilometer long road show will be done, and he will be reaching over here. At that spot, we can see in our frame the trucks are walking over here right now. They're checking all the security arrangements. So it is very important to visit this zone.
Right. So, what time is he expected to come? If and what time are the roadshow going to start? Do you have any update on that?
Starting around 10, 1 kilometer roadshow will be conducted. The tribute will be played. It will go inside for will be done. It's also very important.
All right, we can't really hear much of you, but please stay with us. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will participate in Somnath Amrit Parv 2026, marking 75 years of reconstruction of the first Jyotirlinga. But all for that, now let's quickly move on to Kerala, where the Congress leadership is yet to announce the state's next chief minister. Even as discussions continue at the highest levels, Kerala's Congress chief Sunny Joseph said on Sunday that the Congress president Mallikarjun Kharge and leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi will soon take the final decision after holding detailed consultation with 3 main contenders for the top post. Now, these 3 contenders include KC Venugopalan, VD Satishan and Ramesh Chenithala, and they have already met the party high command in New Delhi to present their cases. Now, the party sources are also saying that the senior leaders, including Sonia Gandhi and veteran leader A.K. Anthony, are also going to be a part of the deliberation as the Congress moves closer to finalizing the leadership, the choice of Kerala. Now, my colleague Shankar is joining us from Kerala. This is an exciting day. We've got 3 top contenders. Shankar, what is it that you know so far?
Even though the Congress High Command has not announced the candidate, the contender for the CM post, it is almost certain that the High Command will soon announce the name of K.C. Venugopal for the post. The decision, the announcement is delayed due to the fear that a section of the Congress party workers in Kerala may divide over the decision. As when I spoke to the Congress workers across the state, it was learned that they voted, they sought votes and they worked for the Congress-led UTF in the last assembly polls with a hope that V.D. Satishan will become the chief minister. But all of a sudden, the High Command recommended, High Command is on the side of K.C. Venugopal, and they were planning to, the High Command is planning to recommend K.C. Venugopal for the post. And it annoyed a section of Congress party workers in the state. And on top of all, they say that in the beginning, when the candidates were announced for the polls, K. Sudhakaran and some other leaders like Adur Prakash, M.K. Raghavan and all were denied seat by stating that they were sitting MPs. And once the UDF won the election with a stunning margin of 102 seats, K.C. Venugopal, who is also sitting MP, makes the claim for the CM post. And it annoyed a section of Congress workers in the state.
Right, Shankar. So it's been the UDF coalition, 102 out of the 140 seats. Thank you so much, Shankar, for giving us all of that information. Please stay tuned and stay connected with us. But for now, we're going to slip into a short break. Once we come back, we will tell you that PM Modi is now going to participate in Somnath Amrit Parv, marking the 75th anniversary of its reconstruction. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है, ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी, because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे, तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
Coming up after a short break, PM Modi to participate in Somnath Amrit Parv, marking the 75th anniversary of its reconstruction.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
ये जश्न है, जश्न का ये जश्न है। राष्ट्रीय इलायची जश्न का जश्न।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic with me, Chongtham Amrita, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi has urged the citizens of India to restrain some conservation to conserve fuel prices, especially if voluntary measures, raising concerns if there is a possibility of a fuel prices hike. Prime Minister Modi has urged the citizens, in fact, to conserve energy, petrol and diesel. This has raised many in India that if there is a possibility of any fuel prices hike. We'll get you all the details, but first let's take a look at the headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
जैसे एक बड़ा संकल्प है पेट्रोल डीजल का संयम से इस्तेमाल करना। साथियों, हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's big message amid global energy crisis urges Indians to use petrol, diesel with restraint. Big breakthrough emerges in the case of Suvendu Adhikari's PA's murder. 3 sharpshooters arrested from UP to be produced in court today. After massive drubbing in Bengal assembly polls, TMC shifts blame to IPAC, with Kalyan Banerjee saying IPAC fully destroyed the TMC. PM Modi to participate in Somnath Amrit Parv, marking 75th anniversary of its reconstruction. Kerala Chief Minister suspense continues in Congress High Command. Announcement on next Kerala Chief Minister is likely to happen later today. A major controversy over Vande Mataram being before the state song at Vijay's oath-taking ceremony. CPI TVK Minister Adhav Arjuna blames centre's order. Big breaking news coming in at this moment. Fault lines in Congress has been exposed in Kerala as the decision on the Chief Minister in the state has not been announced still yet. Reports are emerging of a discontent in the state and between the Congress as some Congress workers at the grassroots level over the possibility of KC Venugopal being considered for the post, according to party sources. Some sections of workers are said to be preparing to oppose his candidature if he is formally recommended as the Chief Minister. And they also argue that Venugopal did not contest the 2026 Assembly elections and would therefore need to enter the Assembly by resigning as a Lok Sabha MP first and then contesting a by-poll from a constituency in the state. Now I'm joined by my colleague Shankar from Kerala, who has been tracking this story and has all the details for us. Let's get back to you. Shankar, first of all, this is a big breaking, emerging, even as Congress has not been able to finalize on a chief ministerial phase, even almost a week after the election results have been announced. Will there be a constitutional crisis at this point? Because there cannot be a chief ministerial phase even now. Shankar.
Yes, it is not that the Congress High Command could not decide who would be the Chief Minister of Kerala, but the real fact is that they are delaying the announcement with an intention that the ongoing protest over the CM post surrounding three leaders, KC Venugopal, VD Satish, and Ramesh Chennithala, should be over, and the High Command gives the much time to calm down before the announcement is made. Even on Saturday, after the meeting, their clear decision was in the hand of Congress High Command, as they prefer KC Venugopal as the chief of the state, but a section of people inside the Congress party that supports VD Satish and Ramesh Chennithala came out to the street in protest against the High Command decision, as KC Venugopal denied seats for several sitting MPs when the candidates were announced for the assembly polls in recently, by citing that they were the sitting MPs and the sitting MPs should not be given seats to contest in the assembly polls as per a policy decision of the Congress party. But soon after the standing victory of the Congress-led UDF with as many as 102 seats, this same AICC General Secretary KC Venugopal made claims for making him as the CM of Kerala. And after all, the opposition sides, the people who support the Congress party workers who support VD Satish and Ramesh Chennithala states that if he becomes the chief minister, two by-elections have to be held. He did not contest in the last assembly polls, so he has to give the sitting MP post.
And I'll have to cut through another developing story there from West Bengal, as Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari is all set for the State Secretariat at the Mana today, and the Chief Minister is expected to distribute portfolios as well. These are live visuals, viewers, on your screen, as Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari has left for the State Secretariat to chair a meeting of the Council of Ministers at the State Secretariat, which is in Nabana. And these are live visuals as we are tracking the story as it's developing, and as per reports, the portfolios are expected to be distributed among the 5 ministers who took oath alongside him on the Brigade Parade ground. This is as we are seeing Suvendu Adhikari's cabinet moving swift to form the government and to prepare the courses of action for this new government in West Bengal. These are live visuals, viewers, that we are tracking for you at this moment. West Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari has just left for the State Secretariat, which is in Nabana, and he will be chairing a meeting of the Council of Ministers today. And there are reports that portfolios are expected to be distributed as well. We are seeing Suvendu Adhikari moving swiftly towards his courses of action to make policies and to distribute the portfolios, as he is set to begin his term as the next Chief Minister, as the new Chief Minister of West Bengal, after securing a landslide victory in the assembly elections. There on your screen, Republic, we are tracking this story for you, viewers. And at this moment, we have more stories coming in. A big story now, viewers, coming in as a breakthrough in the murder case of Suvendu Adhikari's personal assistant, Chandranath Rath. And we are getting that 3 sharpshooters have been arrested from Uttar Pradesh, and now the probe has expanded to even Bihar. We are getting more updates in this story now, viewers, as 3 sharpshooters have been arrested from Uttar Pradesh, and the investigations further deepen and points to more stories, more links, if in fact even extending to Bihar, to other states. And now we are seeing that the 3 sharpshooters have been arrested in Bihar, and this is in connection to Suvendu Adhikari's personal aide, Chandranath Rath, who has been chased down in his SUV. He was blocked in just 60 meters away from his house, was shot at point-blank range and was killed immediately. A big political assassination that took place just before the oath-taking ceremony of the new government. And we are now getting that 3 sharpshooters have been arrested, in fact. And now there are reports of further links as to who hired these 3 people. The 3 accused, as interrogations and investigations now continue with regards to the case in the murder of Suvendu Adhikari's personal assistant, Chandranath Rath. So this on your screen, this is the picture, the image of one of the 3 that has been arrested and linked to the Chandranath Rath's murder case. One of the 3 who chased down Chandranath Rath on their bikes and blocked his SUV, Scorpio, in fact, and he was shot at point blank, as if was hired to kill particularly Chandranath Rath, who is a long-time associate of Suvendu Adhikari and also his very close aide and as a personal assistant as well. That has truly shocked Bengal just days before the oath swearing ceremony for the new term in government. And this on your screen is the first released picture that we have access, that Republic have access, of one of the 3 who have been arrested. In fact, they have been arrested in Uttar Pradesh, and these are renowned sharpshooters as per reports. I'm now joined by my colleague Harsha from Kolkata, who has been tracking this story. Harsha, we are now getting pictures of one of the 3 accused, in fact, and the 3 that are in connection with Suvendu Adhikari's personal assistant's murder have now been arrested. And there are also further being probed into as to who hired them as of now. So what are the latest you're getting for us, Harsha?
So, Amrita, I'll break it down for you. There were 3 sharpshooters who have been arrested. The motorcycle which was used, the motorcycle had the number. The motorcycle had the number of Jharkhand, and there were several searches which were made by the Bengal police in Buxar, in Buxar in Bihar. There was a man, Vishal, who was detained by Bengal police, and also he has now been taken to Kolkata. And not only this, there was a person, Raj Singh. There was the second shooter was Raj Singh. He hails from Balia in Uttar Pradesh. He was arrested in Ayodhya. This person, Raj Singh, was hiding in Ayodhya. He hails from Balia in Uttar Pradesh. One other accused was hiding in Bihar, and and third one also had a Jharkhand connection, because it has clearly emerged that, the number plate on the motorcycle, which was used in the registered name of Vibhas Bhattacharya, he is a resident of Dhanbad. He is a self-employed. He was previously posted in Bengal. He was later transferred to Dhanbad. In fact, a team of Bengal police, when arrived in Dhanbad, they launched a deep investigation for searching for the Vibhas Bhattacharya. And the investigation revealed shocking information. It was discovered that Vibhas Bhattacharya original bike was parked at his home. The model of the motorcycle used in the murder also had turned out to be different. The investigation revealed that the criminals used fake number plates to mislead the police. That means Vibhas Bhattacharya's original bike was at his residence. It was parked at his residence in Dhanbad. It was nowhere near the location in West Bengal where the murder took place, where the PA of Somnath was found dead, and the sharpshooters came on motorcycle. That motorcycle was the replica. In fact, the numbers were fake. The numbers were used of the Vibhas Bhattacharya. In fact, all these things were done to mislead the police officials. But now we have got to know that all three sharpshooters have been arrested. On our screen is the visual of one of the sharpshooter, Raj Singh and Vishal. We very well know there were the searches which were launched in both Bihar and the UP. Raj Singh is the resident of Balia. He was arrested from Ayodhya. He was hiding in Ayodhya, and the other one, Vishal, he has been arrested from Bihar. So Bihar and UP being the main hiding spots from all these sharpshooters. After doing the gory murder of Suvendu Adhikari's PA, Chandranath, all three of them, they dispersed in different locations. They had thrown their cell phone as well. They were on this move that till the time they will not contact to each other, till the time this matter doesn't die down. But what we really got to know is Bengal police, not only through number plate, but through the CCTV and the direction of which way they led, and also through the fake number of the motorcycle and the fake motorcycle replica as well. All three leads an investigation followed Bengal police to Bihar and UP. However, the entire borders were sealed, but then also police launched a massive investigation into the cars, into the jeeps, into the local transportation, into all the roads which leads to these places. And also police had contact all the troublemongers who were exactly giving death threats continuously to Chandranath. After deep investigation, all these three sharpshooters have been arrested by Bengal police. Investigation is being done right now. They were arrested last night, and right now police is questioning all these three sharpshooters exactly what was the motive, who had sent them, was it a contract killing, or they had done this on someone's instruction? Because the deep down, the larger question is why? Why did someone murder Chandranath? Chandranath didn't have any enmity with anyone, neither in TMC, neither in any other party. What was the motive behind his murder? So who did sharpshooters send? From where did sharpshooters come? Who exactly gave them the instructions? Who gave them the itinerary of the Chandranath? How did they reach that spot? What was the motive? What was the main motive, main reasoning? What Chandranath had done to that particular person that led to the killing of Chandranath? So all these are larger questions which will be investigated, and also investigations already underway as these three are being questioned by Bengal police. Back to you.
That's right, Harsha. And it seems like they went at great lengths to cover their tracks, but unfortunately for them, the police have caught up against them. Now, Harsha, do tell us that we are getting reports that the three accused will be produced before court today. And what's the latest? Can you tell us more about that?
We have got to know that these three will be produced in front of the magistrate in West Bengal, and also police will be demanding at least 10 days judicial custody, 10 days police custody. It's a police custody, 10 days police custody of these three accused, so that more investigation can be done and police can reach to the depth of exactly what why did sharpshooters came to shoot Chandranath, and police is going to seek at least 10 days police custody. For now, we only know that he will be produced, and we're expecting that around 12 o'clock they will be reduced in front of the magistrate in West Bengal.
That's right. Thank you so much for your inputs, Harsha, and we'll get back to you very shortly. Right, viewers, we have a big breaking news coming in again at this moment. A big scoop, leadership change expected in the AIADMK. SP Velumani likely to replace EPS. This is a big update that we're getting, a big Republic exclusive. In fact, a leadership likely in the AIADMK as per the sources. And SP Velumani is likely to replace EPS. This is incoming after the huge defeat in the latest Tamil Nadu election and AIADMK even facing some internal friction within the party, as few MLAs have decided, in fact, wanted to support the TVK government, which looks like it was denied, and now there is a big update that there is a big, as EPS is likely to be replaced by SP Velumani. I'm now joined by my colleague Sharda from Chennai, who has been tracking the story. Sharda, now we are seeing a big churn within the AIADMK. Sharda, this is incoming after we are getting reports of various frictions within the AIADMK, and now SP Velumani is likely to replace EPS. What's the latest you're tracking for us?
Well, Amrita, it's been 4 days since the AIADMK faction has been having a separate talks with Vijay Bhaskar, SP Velumani and CV Shanmugam's leadership. Likely that the party might split into two is what we heard initially, but now with 36 MLAs supporting CV Shanmugam's factor of the AIADMK, there are chances that the party leadership will change, and sources from the party say SP Velumani will be the next leadership in charge, the Deputy General Secretary, who is now will become the AIADMK Party General Secretary very soon. But we still have to know whether EPS is willingly stepping down and will be an MLA in the AIADMK, or will there be a legal battle for the AIADMK going forward. This comes all after TVK leader Vijay takes in charge as the Chief Minister of the state, and the talks that the AIADMK wants to support TVK, give them an external support to form the government, is all we hear, because we know Vijay still has only 112 seats from the TVK and the Congress alliance, whereas the other left parties which are still in ally with the DMK are giving them an external support. So in this case, to form a stable government, the AIADMK factor of CV Shanmugam is trying to extend an external hand for the Vijay's party.
Right, Sharda, and what is expected of the AIADMK MLAs who have, in fact, secured some numbers, and in fact, just a few days before the government formation and the oath-taking ceremony, they were huddled up in a resort, and that also signaled a big internal division within the party. So can SP Velumani be somebody who can, in fact, gather all of these MLAs and make a big leadership change within the party?
Well, there are only 47 MLAs from the AIADMK, so in that case, we have to look if they have the chance to split the party. But AIADMK being was a bigger party in history, do not want to split the party. So the MLAs are asking for a change in the leadership to take better decisions. So we might also look forward for the party leadership change instead of the split in the party, because the AIADMK members would not agree for a party split, because last time we saw what happened between the EPS and the OPS faction, which made a downfall in the party on the whole. So the AIADMK to stand at large. The members of the party would like the party to be together and change in leadership. Meanwhile, the AIADMK leaders today have taken oath as the MLAs, and out of 36, 47 are giving their support to TVK. Might be chances of communication being transferred even to Vijay as Chief Minister, that they want to extend support, and that in the next 4 days the final decision will be made. Initially, they had gone to the resort taking the permission of the EPS, and the conversations went on for long. Now the decision is yet to be made, even after 4 days of continuous talks in both the camps, EPS camp and the CV Shanmugam camp. So now the answer lies in the party's hands, and the decision will be made soon, is what we expect.
And the big question, Sharda, now is that why? The big question is why? Why do they want a leadership change just after the assembly poll election results? Is it because EPS, they are in fact saying that EPS has not allowed them to support the TVK? Could that be one biggest reason, or is EPS failing as the leader of the AIADMK?
Amrita, the answer is very simple. Under the NDA alliance, the party did not secure enough seats, not even opposition, but came third in place. So the AIADMK MLA do not want to be in the third place and want to extend their support to the ruling party, likely show an opposition to the DMK. There were initial talks about the AIADMK and the DMK coming together. An unnatural alliance of 50 years political enemies to come together was not agreed by many in the AIADMK, while CV Shanmugam and other 26 MLAs wanted to support the TVK. the AIADMK leadership, Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, actually said no for that, is what the party sources are telling, and that wanted to continue as a third party under the NDA. Now, with the NDA not being anywhere in the picture for Tamil Nadu, there are more support from the AIADMK emerging, and now 36 of the 47 MLAs are open to support the TVK and want to extend their support to TVK to form a stable government to make sure that the next 5 years, at least the AIADMK and the TVK together runs the government, is what their plan is, according to the party sources that tell us. But the decision will be made by the party altogether. Whether there will be a split or whether it's going to be a change in leadership is still a question.
That's right. In fact, today we have seen that TVK-led government, in fact, went into the Tamil Nadu Assembly and there was an oath-taking ceremony. And Udayanidhi Stalin was as the leader of opposition. So it looks like the AIADMK and DMK alliance will be there, at least for now, as the opposition. But as you said, that there could be an alliance with the TVK and the AIADMK. Maybe that is the major reason, because we have heard from other people saying that the TVK alliance and coalition could not last longer than 6 months. Yes, Sharda.
Well, as you said, Amrita, it's very right. This talks comes after multiple people said that the DMK ally parties still continue to support the DMK in their ideologies and thoughts and are only rendering an external support. So, as we say, it is TVK at 1 or 7 seats because Vijay resigned from his Trichy East constituency as an MLA. So, it is 107 plus 5 from the Congress, giving them only 112 seats. Whereas the 8 more seats comes from the DMK allies, who might pull out at any time, who can even say that they are still with the DMK allies and do not support TVK full-heartedly, though the letter to the governor says unconditional support. There are many reasons that they might pull out, because the TVK has still not openly spoken about NEET, the implementation of the national education policy in the state, about the funds that is required for the state to be run, and how they are going to be working with the center. Like, TVK is yet to go against the center directly, not telling, and that the VCK and the CPI, CPM openly states that they are against communal parties and they direct it to the BJP. So in that case, if TVK is going to be directly attacking BJP, or is it going to be leading the government in a neutral way, is all that question that is being arised in the left party. So in that case, a stable government will not be possible without enough support for TVK's leader Vijay, who has now become the chief minister, Amrita. So in that case, they might look for a stable partnership. So initially, while the AIADMK leaders wanted to move to TVK, there were a lot of momentum telling that yes, they might support, but later on, as EPS did not agree for it, the party had a lot of confusion, and they come to an unanimous decision that no external support for now until the TVK forms the government. So now, with the answers clear in the TVK, with the left parties extending a hand for the TVK to form the government, AIADMK might take a clear decision on what their stance is as well. Now, TVK will remain a question for the next few months if the left parties are going to be going against every single decision that the Chief Minister Vijay is going to be taking. In that case, Tamil Nadu might see a very unstable government. So in that case, AIADMK's support might help the TVK.
And also, Sharda, the major question is that will TVK, especially Vijay as the chief minister, will he be open to such an alliance? Because in the past few days, we have seen AIADMK huddled in a resort politic, but TVK did not extend a hand to the AIADMK, signaling they do not want ties with the AIADMK. What may change, though, after this coalition, even though it lasts or no lasts, that remains in speculation. But as per TVK, it looks like they do not want ties with the AIADMK.
TVK has not directly approached the AIADMK because the Alliance Congress Party has come with an open demand telling that no communal parties or no alliance parties from the NDA be joining them. That was a single condition that was kept to TVK's leader Vijay before they came into an alliance. So in that case, Vijay has not given a direct invite to the AIADMK, but AIADMK has to break from the NDA alliance, which is headed by the BJP at the center and headed by the AIADMK here in state of Tamil Nadu. In that case, they have to break the NDA alliance, which constitutes of PMK, AMMK, BJP, TMC and other few other smaller infringement political parties. In that case, we have to wait for the AIADMK to break from the NDA. BJP has made it clear that they will not be part of any parties that are going to be forming the government. Very clearly, 3 days back, the party president, Nadu, made sure that the BJP will stay out of any confusion that's being created to form the government. In that case, now the answer lies in the AIADMK hands. Will they be breaking the NDA alliance to join TVK, or is it going to be an external support, or is it going to be only during the floor test? It's only going to be making sure that the TVK is in power and make sure DMK stays as opposition. All those party decisions is expected to be made in the next few days.
Right, Sharda, do stay on the line. We are now joined by our guest, MR Venkatesh, on the phone line. A very good morning to you, and thank you for joining us on this broadcast, sir. Well, this is a big development that we're seeing. Leadership change in the AIADMK, and SP Velumani set to replace EPS as the leader. What do you expect in this change, and why do you think is the reason behind this?
The EPS has been having a very bad track record, and that's for everybody to see. Not only that, in terms of ADMK's own performance, it is being believed in circles in Tamil Nadu, instrumental in the removal of Annamalai as the president of BJP, which was one of the preconditions for an alliance with the BJP. So what followed was the complete meltdown of the ADMK votes as well as the BJP votes, and the disastrous results that followed us all for everyone to see. Now comes the question within the ADMK. People have been without power. They have seen 3 election losses, 2019 general elections. They have lost in 21, they have lost in 24, and now they have lost 26. So this is the 4th election that they have lost consecutively under the leadership of Mr. Panisan. So now is definitely there will be questions about his leadership, about his political acumen, about his ability to marshal resources within the party and forge alliances, all of which are of some doubtful political acumen. Shows that he is not up to the mark. Definitely questions will arise, heads will roll. Now, ADMK now senses a vacuum in Tamil Nadu politics, which has not been thought about, is whether it can tie up with the Congress party in the long run, and in the short run, the route may be through the TVK. So you see, DMK diversing itself from the Congress opens a huge potential for the ADMK to align with the Congress. And remember, Congress and ADMK used to have an alliance in the 80s and the 90s for a very long period of time. 15, 20 years, they had almost alliance consecutively. Now, so therefore, Congress, TVK, ADMK alliance is very much on the card. Now, whether that will be forming part of the government, whether the ADMK will jump ship and form part of the government or give an outside support, I do not know. But a split of ADMK is expected. It is probably one year too late.
And also, Mr. MR Venkatesh, what does it look like for the AIADMK with the leadership change after the TVK has just been sworn in as the government? And, well, what are your thoughts on them lasting? Well, some experts saying that they could not last long, the coalition. But what does it look like for the AIADMK if they are planning to support the present government?
If they come with 20, 30 members, as what is being speculated in the local media, they lend more than enough credibility and numerical strength to the TVK government. TVK government has around 118, 119. With 30, 35 members of the ADMK, it should sure jump and cross the 150 mark, which is enough for the government to run the whole term. So stability will be assured. And you will see on the political spectrum, minus the DMK and the BJP will be sitting in the opposition. Every single party will be aligning with the Congress TVK combined in Tamil Nadu. So that means the entire opposition space is left to the DMK and to the sole member of the BJP. And by a very huge paradox, DMK and BJP are coming together, though not in political terms, they are at least in physical terms sitting in the opposition. And the entire political spectrum, barring these two parties, will be joining the ruling space, which means there will be enough political stability for TVK and Vijay to last the entire term.
Yeah, Mr. Venkatesh, this is Shivam this side, and my other question to you will be, is this going to affect the politics of Tamil Nadu in the near future? Because Vijay was a new entrant and he has severely impacted what's happening in Tamil Nadu. Can we call it as a halt or a stop to the Dravidian politics that we were seeing earlier from DMK to AIADMK, and now we have TVK, and in future we'll just have alliances with TVK?
I don't agree to this proposition at all that TVK is a non-Dravidian party. It may not be christened as one. It is as Dravidian as the Dravidian party in its politics, in its way of approach of several issues. And it seems to be old wine in a new bottle, that's all. So leave it at that. The second thing is, of course, the entire political churn is happening. Such a massive issue that has happened in this elections is going to give to a huge political churn. AIADMK can align with the Congress and the TVK in the next general elections, which come in 2029. It also opens, let me be very frank with you, opens door for a DMK-BJP alliance in the future. Now that everybody is on its own, the live-in relationships that they had all come to an end. New alliances can be forged, new theories can be floated, new conveniences can be discovered, new political alignments can be made out in the next 3 years. So there is enough time, but the way things are going, it will be the entire political spectrum on one side, DMK and BJP on the other side. It is for the BJP and the DMK to decide whether they have to come together or not. That's in the realm of speculation. But that throws open all the possibilities.
But they have immense political differences, ideological differences to be precise, when you talk about a possible alliance of DMK and the BJP, the kind of remarks which the DMK makes and the rebuttal which you see mostly from the BJP leaders on the statements they have. So can there be alliance on that front also, you're saying?
Politics makes strange bedfellows. And in 99, DMK and BJP came together at the center and ran a coalition government for 4.5 years under Vajpayee. So politics can always throw up surprises. And yesterday we saw Mamta giving a clarion call to the left to come and join forces and strengthen secular democratic forces and things like that. So in politics, there is no permanent enemy, no permanent friends. So everything is fluid as on date. But as analysts, we must definitely not jump into a conclusion. But at this point in time, definitely options are open and the bets are on.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Venkatesh, for your in-depth analysis and detailed analysis on what's happening in Tamil Nadu. All right, viewers, now let's move on to other developments from across the nation. Now we have fast-paced developments coming in, and these are connected with the political assassination of Shuvendu Adhikari's assistant PA, Chandranath Rath, in the murder case. Now the three who have been arrested, the accused have been sent to 10-day police custody. This after a joint operation conducted by the Bengal, Uttar Pradesh and Bihar police, which has resulted in 3 shooters being arrested from Buxar, Bihar. The 3 arrested are also the same individuals who were captured on the CCTV inside a car, and they are professional contract killers and they hail from Buxar. Now they were apprehended in a border area during the joint operation, and they will be produced before the Barasat court shortly. They are professional contract killers and they hail from Buxar. So lots of developments happening. 3 arrested accused have been sent to 10-day police custody, and Republic is the only channel which has accessed the image, the photo of one of the accused who has been nabbed from Buxar, Bihar, and 3 state links emerges here, and Republic is the one which has accessed the image, the photo of one of the accused who has been nabbed from Bihar. So this is a high-profile political murder case, a cold-blooded murder case where Shuvendu Adhikari's PA Chandranath Rath was brutally murdered. He was shot at point-blank range, and he was shot at head and shot at chest. And we were the first ones to break the story and bring exclusive visuals of that also. As you can see on your screen, this is the exact moment, the video post the attack on your screens also, where he was murdered. He was shot at from point-blank range while he was in the front seat of his SUV, the Scorpio car, the white Scorpio car, which you can also see in the images. We have also showed you the CCTV images before the attack and the video post the attack. And this is the image of, on the right side is the accused, image of the accused who has been nabbed from Bihar. one among the three others who have been arrested in this entire case. And very big development, fast-paced developments coming in this murder case connected to the political assassination of Shrivendu Adhikari's assistant, that is PA Chandranath Rath. Now 3 accused sent to 10-day police custody. This was a joint operation which was conducted by the Bengal police, Uttar Pradesh police and Bihar police, and this resulted in 3 shooters being arrested in this joint operation. The 3 arrested are also the same individuals who were captured as per the reports on the CCTV and on the camera on inside the car. All right, Harsha is with us for more details on the story. Harsha, what's the latest you're fetching? They are high profile. The fast-paced developments are happening right now as we speak. What is the latest that you're fetching?
So, Shivam, the latest is that the three sharpshooters have been arrested. They have been arrested from Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. They have been arrested from Balia. And one has been arrested, Rashikar, from Ayodhya. He was hiding in Ayodhya. And the other one has been arrested from the Buxar in the Bihar. And the investigation was a detailed investigation, deep investigation, which was carried out by West Bengal police. They got a tip-off that the shooters are hiding. In fact, the motorcycle which was used, it was named under Vinesh Bhattacharya, who was resident of Dhanbad. He earlier was posted in West Bengal, but later then he was transferred to Dhanbad. In fact, the bike was the replica. His original bike was parked at his home. In fact, what we got to know that number plate was also fake. And by all these things, the police literally nabbed the 3 sharpshooters.
All right, if you can explain the entire, you can share the chronology of events that unfolded, because they were continuously tracking the shooters earlier. It was supposed that the links might be cross-border links, and also the number plate that was used was fake of the vehicle. There was a car involved, there was a bike involved. What more details on that?
So, Shivam, the bike and the car which was involved in the car was bought from a second-hand car. It was bought from OLX, and also the bike was also the replica of the person who was posted in Dhanbad. The number plate was also fake, which was used. Apparently, they were trying to, pose like one of the person. But in real, Shivam, these are the sharpshooters. These are the contract killers which has been hired. So, the detailed investigation, the shocking revelations which came out was that how they wanted to mislead the police in the entire investigation. And to mislead the police, they used a profile of a person who is not of West Bengal, who was in West Bengal but now is in Dhanbad. They used his motorcycle. When the police came to know about it, they contacted the person. The person told that his original bike is parked at his residence. Then how come this bike can come to the fore at the murder location, at the crime spot, where exactly Chandranath was killed, and the sharpshooters used his bike? And the police investigating that, those line of investigation. And what we have got to know is that today they will be produced at Barasat, in front of the Barasat magistrate at around 1 o'clock. The 3 sharpshooters will be produced in front of the court, and the police is going to take the custody of at least 10 days to investigate and to question these 3 sharpshooters, that what was the larger motive behind Chandranath, who was the main person who hired these contract killers, how did they get the contract, and what exactly was the larger picture in the murder of Chandranath. So all these questions remain unanswered till the time the investigation will not conclude. Shivam, back to you.
All right, are we looking at more arrests in this entire case, in the murder case of Chandranath Rath?
Yes, Shivam, the search operation is still underway. The SIT team is searching for more people, because these are not just 3 sharpshooters. There were 2 who were in the car as well. The car which blocked the Scorpio of Chandranath, and it gave the pave and the leveling to the bikers to conduct a shootout at Chandranath. So there is not just 3 sharpshooters, Shivam. There are more which are involved in not only the hatching of this contract killing, but also in reviving this entire murder of Chandranath. So not only 3 arrests, but there are many more which police is suspecting that at least there could be 8 to 10 people who are involved in hatching out of this plan. And there's a main person. There's a main person who is involved in entire hatching and who has given the contract to these sharpshooters to kill Chandranath. So we are waiting for more arrests to take place. But this is 3 sharpshooters being arrested is a major arresting, major lead for the police officials, because by this they will get to know and they could nab the other ones also who were involved in this attack. Back to you.
Yeah, Asha, stay with us. We have another big development and we need your reaction on that. Another big breaking news development. West Bengal CM Shivendra Adhikari to hold Bengal BJP government's first administrative meeting today. And Bengal Chief Minister Shivendra Adhikari is set to hold the first administrative meeting today. The meeting will be held at Nabanna Sabhagar, Howrah at around 5 p.m. The first administrative meeting will largely focus on discussions revolving around law and order situation and administrative preparedness, while schemes introduced by the previous Trinamool Congress government will also likely be reviewed. Now, all district superintendents of police, commissioners of police, senior railway police officials and DIGs, IGs, ADGs and heads of specialized police units have been directed to attend the meeting. All right, so this is supposed to be a very big meeting. Harsha continues to be with us for more details on this. Harsha, what will be exactly be the agenda of the meeting? Will it just be mostly focusing on the law and order situation, plus the schemes by the previous government? If you can put this into perspective and share more details on that.
No, Shivam, not only just law and order. Yes, law and order is one of the issues which will be discussed in the meeting, but it's a cabinet meeting as well. The ministers who have taken oath, they will be part of the meeting. In fact, the MLAs have also been called to Nabanna to, for the meeting. This meeting is regarding the overall situation, the schemes of Mamata Banerjee which were running, and the schemes which, which are not working, and all those, all those schemes will be immediately shut, and the new schemes which Shivendra Adhikari has spoken about through the manifesto as well. In the BJP, the schemes for women, the schemes for youth, the schemes for employment, and also how to take forward the government schemes in front of the people. These all will be discussed largely in the meeting. But the police officials, the DGP, the top cops, the CEO, the OCs, the SPs, they all coming for the meeting. They will be told that stringent action has to be taken against anyone who takes law and order situation in their hand, because Shivam, this is a BJP government. This is not a TMC government, and police needs to be, the police needs to take stringent action.
Exchange. Simultaneously, we must also earn the foreign exchange more and more. Both things have to go in parallel. So I'll request all of you to take cognizance of Honorable Prime Minister's call to the nation, and within your own means, within your own enterprises, within your own businesses, try to do whatever best you can. I'll now come to the three major points that I thought I'll cover in today's keynote address. First is about railways. Second is about electronics and semiconductors. Third is about the way AI is changing our world. And to that point, Mr. Memani has given me some homework, so I have to answer that also. Railway capex has increased from about 60.
All right, viewers, these are the visuals of the roadshow of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Exclusive pictures coming in on your screen. And today marks the 75 years of the reconstruction of the live visuals from Somnath. Prime Minister Narendra Modi live from Somnath, and these are the visuals of the roadshow on your screens. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was supposed to participate in Somnath Amrit Parv 2026, marking 75 years of the reconstruction of the first Jyotirlinga, Somnath Mahadev Temple. The Prime Minister will offer prayers to Lord Somnath, perform the Kumbh Abhishek ritual, and later address a public gathering. Also, a roadshow has been organized, and these are the visuals, live visuals of the roadshow, which is being conducted right now on your screens. A roadshow organized on this occasion. And also, Bhupendra Bhai Patel, Chief Minister, and Deputy Chief Minister Harsh Sanghvi also present in the roadshow. Sorali continues to be with us and tracking the event. Sorali, more details on the story. Live visuals of the roadshow are coming as we speak.
Yes, that's very, very true. As you can see behind me, there is a statue of Amirji Goyal. The roadshow will be completed over here, and all the three leaders, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi, will pay tribute to this statue as he has laid his life down to save the temple. We all know that more than 17 times this temple was being attacked, and anytime soon, Prime Minister Narendra Modi being expected over here, where he will go to pay tribute to the statue, post which several cultural and art performances will take place. It will be attended by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The whole Pathak from nothing but constant presentation, that is dance performances from various parts of India, maybe Gujarat, Odisha and other parts. Let me also tell you, we will take a part in Kumbhabhishek and several pujas which will be conducted at Somnath Temple, one of the 12 major Jyotirlinga of India. And also wherein the temple has completed 75 years of restoration. A vow that has been taken by Iron Man of India, and we can see the rally has started approaching near the statue. We can see Damru Nath is being done. People who are joining the rally, and now we can see Prime Minister Narendra Modi waving at people. But all the followers of Hinduism have gathered over here, followers, believers of Somnath Mandir. He's waving hands at them. It's the day of restoration. 75 years of restoration and 1,000 years after the first attack. Let me show you. Here we can see Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the place.
All right, Swarali continues to be with us. There seems to be an audio issue. We'll get back to her. But this is historic, and this is part of the Amrit Parv celebrations because the Somnath temple suffered multiple attacks from various invaders. And today, it's a historic day because there will also be a Kumbhabhishek, the first Kumbhabhishek. And there will be the Prime Minister Narendra Modi is right now there. 75 years of Somnath's legacy. All right, Surali is back with us with more details. Surali, it's a historic day. First Kumbhabhishek at Somnath Temple will be done by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. All right, seems to be an audio issue, but we have the live visuals on your screen. And I repeat the very fact that it's the Amrit Parv celebrations, and it's the 75 years of the reconstruction of the Somnath temple. And there will be a 90-meter shikhar for the Kumbhabhishek, and the sacred Kumbh will be lifted by a crane, and the Kumbhabhishek will be done. Live visuals on your screen with the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Live visuals coming in from near the Somnath temple, and Prime Minister is participating in Somnath Amrit Parv 2026. This marks the 75 years of reconstruction of the first Jyotirlinga, Somnath Mahadev temple. PM in just a short while will offer prayers to Lord Somnath, perform the Kumbhabhishek ritual, and later address also the public gathering. A roadshow is being organized as we speak on this occasion. CM Bhupendra Bhai Patel, Deputy Chief Minister Harsh Sanghvi are also present, and PM arrived in Somnath from Jamnagar, and also after landing at the helipad, he greeted the public during a roadshow in Veer Hamirji Gohil Circle. Swarali is back with us for more details. Swarali, if you can speak over the visuals and share more details with us.
Yes, that's true. If you can see behind me, cultural performances have started. And just now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, joining with the CM, Deputy Chief Minister of Gujarat, have entered the temple complex wherein the other pujas and Kumbhabhishek will be done. Now, let me also tell you, this comes on the pretext of Bengal election. Just 2 days ahead, the CM of Bengal, Suvendu Adhikari, has sweared in also while talking to Gujarat ministers. They have informed us that it is a kind of messaging to India that at the core of BJP and government of India, cultural significance and spiritual strength is very, very important. All the corridors will always be the epicenter. Virasat with Vikas, which means heritage with development, has been always a message from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And on that pretext, 75 years of restoration, a vow that was being taken by Iron Man of India, Dr. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, which was inaugurated at the hands of First President Rajendra Prasad. The Somnath temple, which was being attacked for more than 17 times by several invaders, still stands in all its glory, and we can see a celebration we can see cultural performances being done and the spiritual strength of India being celebrated. As we all know, it's the first Jyotirling among the 12 Jyotirlings of India, has a very revered and auspicious presence in the hearts of Indians and followers. And right now we can see the kind of vibration this place has. All the followers, thousands of followers of India have gathered over here, and now from here onwards, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be going inside the temple complex, Kumbhabhishek, which has waters of 11 auspicious rivers. They've gathered it in one pot, and Kumbhabhishek will be done on the Jyotirling of Somnath in Gujarat. We can see visuals on our screens wherein Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting inside. One more important point to be noted over here is that flowers will be showered from the sky by the Indian aircrafts, and it's going to be called as a Surya presentation. Surya is going to shower all these flowers, and this is how the entire temple complex is being decorated in various colored flowers. And the kind of vibration that can be felt over here with thousands of followers have gathered over here. It has spiritual, religious, as well as the civilizational importance. The temple completes 1,000 years of first attack. It was being consistently attacked, roped off, but the kind of resilience, power and strength, people like Veer Hamirji Goyal are standing in front of his statue. People like him have shown courage and laid their lives to save the same temple, which still stands in all its glory after several invasions and several times was reconstructed. We also know about the history of Rani Ahilyabai Holkar, who also contributed majorly for the reconstruction of this temple. Even after all this invasion, the temple stands in all its glory, and we can hear the mantras being chanted over here, and post which PM will be heading after the cultural events and performances which are being conducted right now, which are being performed. Now, as we stand outside the temple complex, we will then head to Kumbhabhishek, shower of waters from 11 rivers. Back to you.
Yeah, definitely historic day. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Gujarat to participate in the Grand Somnath Amrit Mahotsav. All right, visuals coming in from Somnath on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. PM Modi visiting Gujarat to visit the Grand Somnath Amrit Mahotsav, which is being organized at the historic Somnath temple. This occasion marks 75 years of reconstruction of the revered temple, making the day especially important, significant for the devotees and the people of Gujarat and the people of India. As part of the celebrations, I would like to repeat that there will be a Kumbhabhishek that will be performed by using holy water, which will be brought from 11 sacred pilgrimage sites from across the country. And this is the roadshow which is being held right now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with the Chief Minister of the state and the Deputy Chief Minister of the state, traveling towards the Somnath temple. And tight security arrangements are in place, heavy crowds visible, welcoming Prime Minister Narendra Modi for this historic day, 75th Amrit Mahotsav for Somnath. All right, let's go back to Swarali for more details. Swarali, the roadshow is being held and we are getting live pictures of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister. Over to you for more details.
Yeah, that's true. Let me tell you, they've just completed 1 kilometer long show from the Triveni helipad to the Veer Hamirji Goyal statue where I am standing right now. And we have been tracking this story since yesterday. The kind of vibrations we can see are very spiritual and high in energy because thousands of people from all across the India have gathered over here also to take blessings from Lord Somnath. On the other hand, to have a glance of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and also the Deputy Minister of Gujarat after the roadshow has completed now. Prime Minister Narendra.
All right, viewers, these are the live pictures coming in from Gujarat, from Somnath of the 75th Amrit Parv. Prime Minister holding a roadshow and Kumbh Abhishek will happen just in a short while. We'll get you the latest details of that too, just after a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth. Class option होगी, because the professor is here. ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे, तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक फेंकता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
All right, viewers, live visuals coming in from Somnath. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Somnath. This is the 75th Amrit Parv, and we are getting the live visuals. From Gujarat, there is a roadshow which is being held on your screens. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is being welcomed by the crowds which have gathered on the both sides of the road. And this is Prime Minister Narendra Modi going towards the Somnath temple. And Swarali continues to be with us for more details. Swarali, we're getting the live pictures and seems to be everybody in a celebratory mood, and the decoration has been done, tight security in place. What more details?
All the people over here are in celebration mode. They have come from across the India plan. Followers of Lord Somnath on the other hand, people who want to have a glass of Prime Minister Narendra Modi doing Abhishek, Kumbh Abhishek to Lord Somnath. That is one of the revered 12 Jyotirlingas of India, the first revered Jyotirling to be very specific. And let me tell you, from the 11 rivers, 11 auspicious rivers, the water has been brought, and from the same Kumbh, the Abhishek, the shower, water will be showered on the link of Mahadev and Temple. As we could see, crowds have welcomed, the kind of welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi has got in the state of Gujarat with home serve. And this comes at the paychecks of Bengal and upset, get the BJP on God, the symbolic victory.
All right, Abhishek Kapoor also continues to be with us, Senior Executive Editor. Abhishek, it's a historic day and it marks the 75 years of the reconstruction of the revered temple. Over to you.
Well, yes, Shivam and Prime Minister, in fact, was there for a preparatory event at Somnath in the month of January. And now we are seeing him again. Today, in fact, marks 75 years to the day for the consecration of the Somnath temple that happened at that time with the blessings of Sardar Patel, conceived by Sardar Patel, and subsequently on this occasion, on that occasion in that year when the consecration happened against the wishes of Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, the then President Rajendra Prasad came and inaugurated and restored the temple. There is a long history of Somnath having suffered destructions multiple times, because in many ways Somnath temple was a symbol of India's spiritual heritage and spiritual power, and so it became target of attacks. Mahmud Ghaznavi being the most famous one of them, but otherwise also. Every time that the temple was destroyed, there was a resurrection, there was reconstruction, and that itself is a story of India's resilience, civilizational resilience, and captured, for example, in Kanhaiya Lal Munshi's novel Somnath No Nath, or Gujarat No Nath, and Jai Somnath, and the stories of how people came together, the kingdoms came together, the kings came together. Some of those stories were captured by Prime Minister Modi himself in an op-ed that he has written just a couple of days back, recalling the contributions of all those who contributed to the continuity because of which Somnath stands today in its splendid glory. And from the earliest of kings, going back to the Bhimadev and Raja Bhoj and Dharasen IV and Jayapal and others, to Siddharaj Jaisingh of Patan in Gujarat, to the latest round when to Ahilyabai Holkar in between, and to the fact that Sardar Patel, when after independence, he visited the spot and saw the temple in the dilapidated state that it was in, decided or resolved rather that Somnath should be reconstructed. So the divergence from 1947 onwards, or 48 onwards of, it was to be precise 13th of November 1947 that Sardar Patel visited Somnath temple on Diwali and found it to be in bad shape, and decided that, or resolved rather, that this has to be rebuilt, which happened by 1952 and 1951. And then by that time, unfortunately, Sardar Patel had gone. So Rajendra Prasad, the President of India, presided over the ceremonies, much against the wishes of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. So the reason why these pictures are important, or the Prime Minister's op-ed is important, Shivam, is because of the politics as it panned out under Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, as the BJP and the Sangh narrative alleges that Hindu civilizational symbols and Hindu ownership of its past was completely sidelined and projected in an infra-dig manner, and that led to suppression of what otherwise was a vibrant, strong civilization, the symbol of which is the dozen odd times that Somnath temple was resurrected. So the fight, contrary to the perception that the Hindus never fought back, the fact that Somnath temple stands today, and every time it was destroyed, it was reconstructed and restored to its earlier ancient glory. I think, and then the attempt by Marxist historians to project as if Somnath temple is just about, it came up during the time of, in the medieval times, and that the attacks that happened in Somnath 18 times by Ghaznavi alone happened because it was a rich temple. Now, to project it as a loot and not iconoclasm of a jihadi, even from medieval times. That was seen as a political project. So if that was a political project, what you're seeing in pictures today is also a political project, and hence a political debate. So while you see an event panning out with Prime Minister marking 75 years of the latest resurrection of the Somnath temple, you have to parallelly see the political strands of competing narratives, one led by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru at that time in 1947, the other by Sardar Patel, and now, of course, Prime Minister Modi by presenting himself there. And remember, his connection goes back to his days as Gujarat Chief Minister, when in ex officio capacity he would be chairing the Somnath Trust, and all the work that has been done in terms of the corridor along the sea coast, the redoing of the temple complex itself, not just in Somnath, by the way, also at Mahakaleshwar in Ujjain, also in Kashi Vishwanath, from where Prime Minister is a member of Parliament. So if you look at all the rebuilding, reconstruction and restoration work that has happened of all these historical, civilizational, cultural sites, I think you cannot miss the fact that it is ultimately one competing political narrative, coming up trumps over another, or rather that two competing narratives were there in 1947, and with the completion of the Ayodhya Ram Temple and the reconstructions that have taken place at all these historical sites and the spiritual civilizational sites for the Hindus, this is obviously a political narrative which is sort of the zeitgeist of the moment under Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the helm.
Yeah, definitely. It's a historic day for the people of Gujarat also, but also we can highlight the fact that there was a lot of politics which happened, Abhishek, even after the reconstruction of the temple of Somnath, and also the stand of the Congress party during that time of whether to associate towards one religion, and the participation of senior political leaders in such an event. If you can put that into perspective.
Well, yeah, so the fact that the Prime Minister in 1947 dissociated himself with the project. The fact that in 1951, when President Rajendra Prasad, much against the wishes of Nehru, went on to preside over the event of the Pran Pratishtha of the Somnath temple, then Prime Minister Nehru wrote to many chief ministers and expressed his unhappiness, if not outright displeasure. The fact that there are records which show that at that time, when water was brought in from across the rivers, including the Indus, remember, from Pakistan, our High Commission was asked not to highlight this fact that water had come from Indus also, because Pandit Nehru did not really in any manner want his government to be associated with that event at all in this at that time. And like the Prime Minister wrote about his own, recollected rather his own connection, that immediately after taking over, within a fortnight in fact, remember Prime Minister Modi took over as Chief Minister of Gujarat on 7th of October 2001, and on 31st of October 2001, which was the birth anniversary of Sardar Patel, the Gujarat government, in fact, honored the memory of Sardar Patel by organizing a program, and that incidentally was the 50th year of the resurrection of the Somnath temple. So 1951 it was inaugurated, or Pran Pratishtha happened, of the rebuilt Somnath temple. In 2001, when Narendra Modi had just become Chief Minister, just a fortnight into being Chief Minister, he had the mind and the will to mark 50 years of that consecration. Nobody from the Congress came at that time also. Prime Minister, as Chief Minister, then presided over the event. And then it so happens that he has been in power not only just as Chief Minister, but becomes the Prime Minister. And as Prime Minister, he's presiding over the 75th anniversary of that occasion. When in 2001, the 50-year event was held, it had also marked the 125th birth anniversary of Sardar Patel. So in a way, you can say Narendra Modi was destined perhaps to preside over both the Golden Jubilee and the Diamond Jubilee, anniversaries of the resurrection of the Somnath temple, and to, of course, push with those occasions the legacy of Sardar Patel. So what you're seeing is not just civilizational Hindu. This is also very political. This is also about reclaiming or re-establishing the Sardar Patel's legacy over Pandit Nehru's, because, and then it goes back to the dynasty politics. It's not just this one event or one place where Prime Minister with his governance has rehabilitated, re-established, or even resurrected Sardar Patel to his stature as an equal to Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Of course, the right-wing believe that Pandit Sardar Patel was wronged by a choice of Mahatma Gandhi in letting Pandit Nehru become the Prime Minister, despite the fact that in the election that had happened, Pandit Nehru had lost. Nobody had voted for him. Everybody had voted for Sardar Patel to lead the Congress. So I think in that sense, this is, if we look at the Statue of Unity, for example, world's tallest statue standing even today, when it was built about 6 years back. And Prime Minister conceived that project at Sardar Sarovar Dam site, which has now become both a pilgrimage and a pilgrimage to Sardar Patel's memories. And the fact that Ekta Nagar, as it has been developed, has become a national, spot for those who are patriotic, for those who really want to see how the nation was built and how Sardar Patel proved to be not in many ways Bismarck of India, but not with blood and iron. He did not take any blood. He just united the nation with the force of his will, and there was no bloodbath, which was the case in the case of Bismarck in Germany. So I think in that sense, this is as much religious as spiritual as also political. The pictures that are panning out in front of us, and Prime Minister is absolutely unapologetic about his Hindu roots, and so for him to be participating in an event which is a 75th anniversary of the resurrection of the Somnath temple, in many ways underscores his own politics, his own convictions, and the fact that under him and his slogan of Vikas Bhi Virasat Bhi, as he calls it, Shivam, he's willing to be seen taking ownership of events like these.
Yeah, Abhishek, it also shows the strength of Sanatan, that this temple was destroyed many a times, and it was rebuilt again and again and again. And also the connect of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself is the current chairman of the Sri Somnath Trust. Now, this also comes out as a message to the opposition parties who mostly dissociate with the Hindu roots, the Sanatan roots, and beginning from the post-independence era and even till date, whether it be the Ram Mandir or whether it be the Somnath temple. If you can share your insight on that too, the kind of messaging that goes along with such visits and such functions that are happening as we speak.
Well, there is history, some of which I narrated, Shivam. So, for example, there are so many narratives. So one is, of course, Nehru versus Patel. The other is the present Congress of Rahul Gandhi versus the BJP of Narendra Modi. The other is the historians. So, for example, one would say the Marxist historians versus Kanhaiya Lal Munshi, or if I could name, say, Romila Thapar versus Kanhaiya Lal Munshi, because the manner in which the whole struggle of Somnath was projected as a defeatist local struggle and projected as if the invaders were always the conquerors and that they always won. That the 18 times the raids that Ghaznavi carried out were essentially because the Somnath temple was rich and not because Ghaznavi was a jihadi and he came to India not just to loot but to spread his version of the sword of Islam. I think
सद्योजातं प्रपद्यामि सद्योजाताय वै नमो नमः भवे भवेनाति भवे भवस्मान् भवोद्भवाय नमः वामदेवाय नमो ज्येष्ठाय नमः श्रेष्ठाय नमः रुद्राय नमः तं पश्येम स्वभिर्यजत्राः स्थिरैरङ्गैः स्तुष्टुवागुंसस्तनु वीर्यसेम हि देव हि तञ्जदायुः शतमिन्नो शरदो अन्ति देवा जत्रा नश्चक्रा जरशन्तनूनां पुत्रासो जत्र पितरो भवन्ति मानो मध्यारीरिखतायुर्गन्धो कादितिर्द्यौरादितिरन्तरिक्षमदितिर्माता स पिता स पुत्रः सद्योजातं प्रपद्यामि सद्योजाताय वै नमो नमः भवे भवेनाति भवे भवस्मान् भवोद्भवाय नमः वामदेवाय नमो ज्येष्ठाय नमः श्रेष्ठाय नमः रुद्राय नमः तं पश्येम स्वभिर्यजत्राः स्थिरैरङ्गैः स्तुष्टुवागुंसस्तनु वीर्यसेम हि देव हि तञ्जदायुः शतमिन्नो शरदो अन्ति देवा जत्रा नश्चक्रा जरशन्तनूनां पुत्रासो जत्र पितरो भवन्ति मानो मध्यारीरिखतायुर्गन्धो कादितिर्द्यौरादितिरन्तरिक्षमदितिर्माता स पिता स पुत्रः
All right, viewers, we have these visuals coming in of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the Sanctum Sanctorum and praying to Lord Shiva. That is the Jyotirlinga offering jal, offering water. And there is going to be a Kumbh Abhishek from 11 sacred rivers. Ratan Sharda is with us for more details to speak on this, these developments which are happening and the live visuals which we are seeing. Ratan, there's a kind of messaging which is always conveyed by the Bharatiya Janata Party, which to establish the very fact that our roots are connected deeply with Sanatan, whether you are the Prime Minister, whether you are a Chief Minister. What do you think is the significance of this visit and the celebrations of the 75th Amrit Parv of the reconstruction of the Somnath temple? Your take on that, Ratan.
See, we must remember that when after independence, Sardar Patel took up the task of rebuilding Somnath Mandir. He was very clear, Kanhaiya Maniklal Munshi, who proposed it and who led the project, very clear that we are reconnecting to our past, we are reconnecting to our struggles against the invaders, and we are also reconnecting to our wonderful cultural heritage and our dharma. With that clear idea, the rebuilding of Somnath was done, so it is a symbol of our continuous struggle against the invaders. We never gave up. It was said that we were enslaved for 1,000 years, but truth is we continuously fought, we continuously struggled against the invaders at our huge cost. We know what kind of cost the people around Somnath paid, the kings and the soldiers and the priests paid to save Somnath. And this struggle continued for years together. Modi ji himself has written, he has mentioned so many names who actually led the resistance. So this spirit of resistance against the foreign invasion, refusal to give up our identity, our dharma, even at the cost of sacrificing lives and sacrificing everything, is what makes it unique. Somnath was Somnath represents that that urge and spirit of resistance. And that is why the rebirth of Somnath Mandir as a place of very powerful significance. It is one of the first 12 Jyotirlingas that we name in the shloka. And when you say that this was only for loot, people forget the history that the Ghazni was actually given a lot of bribes, asking him to leave the Somnath alone and take away whatever money he wants. He refused. He said, I want to be known as Ghazi, as the person who destroyed the Buddh. So he wanted not to be known as Mushrik, but as a Buddh Shikan, as the great Muhammad who destroyed the Hindu temples, because that gave him a lot of glory. So when it is very clear, our refusal to understand the nature of these invasions has led us to be enslaved in colonial mindset. So every action that Modi ji does, whether it's Somnath, whether it's Kashi Vishwanath, whether it's restoration of Ayodhya Mandir, where he facilitated the fast building, and also Krishna Janmabhoomi struggle, these are all the signs that we refuse to forget, and that is what pains the leftists, that is what pains the colonials. That is the only civilization which refused to die. It fought on, it became very weak, it nearly gave up, but when people died for it, when the Mughals used to count the number of people who died saving Dharma, they counted the mounts of Janeu that was taken from the priests, from the Brahmins. That is how they counted. They had skulls of the towers of skulls. We can't forget all this. So when you look at Somnath, it is not just spiritual exercise. It is a civilizational reawakening, a reliving of that past, so we don't make the same mistakes in the future. Any country which has risen greatly, all of them have relived its history in the sense that they have remembered the history, whether of a defeat or for victory, to come back very strong. The strength of Vietnam, if you look at it carefully, has only been a very strong sense of nationhood, where biggest powers of the earth could not defeat them. Even now, as you go to them, when I went there and they were not very successful, the pride in their ability to resist the invaders was the biggest sign they had, and that is why they are slowly becoming very strong.
Ratan, also the very fact, if you look at where the invaders are from and the present state of the land where they belong to, and the present state of India, the Bharat, as a nation, we have developed our economy, our nation as a whole, and we have survived. What do you think exactly is the reason that we are surviving? The Sanatan is able to survive even after repeated attacks, continuous invasions and attacks. How has Sanatan survived even after continuous strikes? Ratan.
The reason is that we have not attacked people, we have not killed people in the name of dharma, in the name of religion, whichever religion. We have never enslaved people. Wherever we have gone, we went to the world thousands of years back. You find Hindu murtis way in Latin America, in Europe, in Iraq, Iran, everywhere. And also Southeast Asia, of course. So we went there, we spread our good word. Those who followed the path, fine. Otherwise, we didn't colonize any country. So this ability to take people along, this ability to ekam sat vipra bahuda vadanti, and ability to respect everybody led to a kind of civilization which was self-sustaining, which was pure, which did not hurt anybody. See, it's a humanitarian religion. Once we understand this, we'll also understand strength. So when we fought for our dharma, we did not fight with hate, we fought to save it. And unless we agree, unless we are coming to terms with this sense of nationhood, we cannot become great. This refusal
Ratan, please stay with us. Please stay with us. We would love to hear more from you and the history, the Sanatani history, and how Sanatan has survived. And we'll be coming back to the story just after a short commercial break. PM Modi in Somnath. 75th Amrit Parv celebrations are on as we speak. Just after a break.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है, ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
Character, the taste of success.
R Pure शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, everyday.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं, रूंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से, एमटीएच का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
सुमुखश्चैकदन्तश्च कपिलो गजकर्णकः धूम्रकेतुर्गणाध्यक्षो भालचन्द्रो गजानन।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो है। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Introducing the Hitachi Sumo Heavy Duty Air Conditioner. Backed by Japanese innovation, Hitachi Sumo Heavy Duty AC is built to deliver a maximum cooling capacity of up to 7400 watts. Hitachi Sumo Heavy Duty ACs come with a long air throw of up to 24 meters. The Octa sensor technology of Hitachi ACs uses 8 intelligent sensors across indoor and outdoor units. An elegant machine that's bigger, bolder and better. Isn't just an AC. It's a powerhouse built for Indian summer.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
डिबेट विवेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा लगता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
চুরিও এই ছেলেরা রুখবে সীমান্তের হিন্দুকে না বুকে আগলে রাখবো 15 বছর কেটেছি অনেক এবার ঘোড়া ভোটের দিনে ছাপ্পা রেকিং চলবে না তো সরকার চাই বিজেপি সরকার সরকার চাই বিজেপি সরকার
Live visuals are from Somnath temple where Prime Minister Modi is offering prayers, participating in fact, Abhishek ritual at the site as he marks 75 years of the construction of the first Jyotirling in Gujarat. It's a celebration of history and faith together, and you're looking at Prime Minister, in fact, participating in the Amrit Parv 2026 as he marks 75 years of the reconstruction of this temple. It is the first Jyotirling in Gujarat. And on your screen now you can see Prime Minister Modi participating in rituals at the temple site. Joining us on the broadcast is Ratan Sharda. Mr. Sharda, I want to talk about the significance of this moment. We're looking at Prime Minister Modi celebrating this Somnath Amrit Parv. You're marking 75 years of the construction of this temple. How do you look at this? How significant this moment is as far as celebration of faith and history is concerned?
See, as far as this significance is concerned, in the previous round also I talked about the importance of recognizing our history, recognize our history of resistance, our cultural strength, that we refuse to die down, we refuse to give up. We never gave up our dharma, we never fought a dharmic war. We never treated women as enemies, women as our property. Our kings never did that. We sacrificed our own lives to keep dharma alive, whether it's Guru Tegh Bahadur, Guru Gobind Singh, Shivaji, Rana Pratap, Cholas, all of them worked to preserve the culture and preserve the history. The refusal to look at the history is itself a weakness of our society, and that is the significance of what Modi ji is doing. Sardar Patel started this process of renaissance of nationhood, of treating Bharat as a nation by proposing the rebuilding of this temple. Kanhaiyalal Maniklal Munshi took it up. This temple signifies the refusal of Hindu civilization to give up its fight against invaders, to give up its dharma. And that is why it's very important that we relive that moment, because that is what will save us from the future. We have to learn from history, and this history of sacrifice must be known to all of us. We as a dharma always treated the world as one. We were everywhere in the world, but we never forced our belief system on anybody. We did not treat anybody as non-believer and kafir and not worthy of living. All these things come up alive when we look at this 75th year of Amrit Parva, because this was kind of a shame for seculars. They felt we are reviving some kind of communalism. But how can India be India? How can Bharat be Bharat without its soul? And soul is Hindu. Soul is its cultural nationhood. By Modi ji being there, he is reasserting our nationhood, because without Hindu soul, without the cultural integration, without the geocultural identity of Bharat, which was there for thousands of years, it is not invention of RSS or BJP. It is there in our Vedas, it is there in our Puranas, it is there in our history. There is with Chandragupta Maurya, Chanakya, everybody. So when you relive these moments, we are reliving that entire glorious period of Bharat, which is the oldest living civilization. Other civilizations became museum pieces. We refuse to become museum pieces. That is the problem with the Western colonial powers, that how can this country remain a living civilization without any break, and the oldest living civilization with wonderful literature, wonderful science to back it up. Why we were told that we have no science? When you are looking at Somnath, you will remember there is an arrow there which shows that there is no land between that arrow and South Pole. How did we know this? And we don't even know that arrow is there for hundreds of years, if not thousands of years. That is our strength. So dharma is part of science, science is part of dharma, and this is our strength.
Right, Mr. Sharda, just to also let our viewers know, we are getting live visuals from inside Somnath temple, where Prime Minister Modi is right now participating in a special Kumbh Abhishek, in fact, at the site. Now, Mr. Sharda, coming to you, you said it is a story of a civilization that refused to give up. It is a story that talks about the indomitable spirit of Indian civilization, because we have seen repeated attacks that have taken place on the Somnath temple, and despite all those attacks, it still stands tall today. So if you could go ahead for our viewers, explain the kind of attacks that Somnath has faced, and then of course the revival attempts.
You know, from earliest attack by Ghori, and then went on with Ghazni and these people. Everybody knew the wealth of Bharat, so every person from Afghanistan, Turkestan, Central Asia and Arab knew this is something which can be looted, because that is where the wealth is. People have gone back with camels, hundreds and thousands of camels and elephants full of jewelry, full of wealth, full of all kind of signs of a wealthy society. And how did we become wealthy? Because we added spiritual angle to all our business or all our manufacturing. That is the strength. We were the biggest in science, so everybody knew that. So they came here, they destroyed libraries because they didn't want people to carry that knowledge. This hate against knowledge is something unique to the invaders, that they can't stand knowledge, they can't stand libraries. They destroyed Takshashila, they destroyed Vikramshila, they destroyed Nalanda, where the fires went on for six months. And they went right up to Assam before Lachit Borphukan threw them out. He also won, I think, 19 or some wars against Mughals. So this ability to resist the invaders. Our only weakness was the unity of the society, where the kings thought that the enemy is not attacking me, enemy is attacking somebody else. But there are cases of alliances like Shivaji and Chhatrasal. There are cases of alliance in Rajputana, and there are similar alliances in South also. So this ability to stitch together, come together and withstand the invaders, and see the beauty of this civilization. All the invaders who came were absorbed in the society. Hooker, this Shaka, Hun, and all these people who came, nobody knows where they are now, and they are part of Indian society. Islam also changed its character when it came to Bharat. It came to Southeast Asia. Because of the dharmic nature of this country, they also had to adopt Sufi, bring in Sufis to show that they also believe in dance and music, they also believe in tolerance, etc. They use that ploy to convert people, but they had to change their way. So that is the strength that they understand. We will not be easily giving our identity. We will not be easily be taken up. We don't treat anybody as kafir. We don't treat anybody as non-believer. We don't condemn anybody to hell. We say your faith is your faith, mine faith is my faith. This is the original idea where we said we respect every religion, but at the same time, we knew that ours is a civilization worthy of saving. And today also, if you look, despite all the attacks we have withstood, because we work on love, we don't work on hate. The people who looted us are all finished. Their civilization finished. They are still desert. They were desert. And they claim they taught us architecture. If they had taught us architecture, where is their architecture in the Arabian lands? Nowhere to be seen. They learned from us. They used us. They exploited us, right from those invaders and the British. British are much more worse kind of genocide.
I agree with you on that note that, the strength, the glory of Indian civilization on display on your screen. Thank you, Mr. Sharda, for joining us, and viewers. We're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, Prime Minister Modi participates in Somnath Amrit Parv at the temple, performs a special Abhishek. Getting you all the updates on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है, ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
ছেলেরা রুখবে সীমান্তের হিন্দুদের বুকে আগলে রাখবো 15 বছর কেটেছি অনেক এবার ঘোরা ভোটের দিনে ছাপ্পা রেখে চলবে না তো
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने RSS को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप RSS के भोपोई तो है। RSS का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you. ছেলেরা রুখবে সীমান্তের হিন্দুদের বুকে আগলে রাখবো 15 বছর কেটেছি অনেক এবার ঘোরা ভোটের দিনে ছাপ্পা রেখে চলবে না তো সরকার চাই বিজেপি সরকার সরকার চাই বিজেপি সরকার
अरे ये डिबेट विबेट बाहर की सोच है विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक फेंकता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
ছেলেরা রুখবে সীমান্তের হিন্দুদের বুকে আগলে রাখবো। 15 বছর কেটেছি অনেক, এবার ওরা আসবো। ভোটের দিনে ছাপ্পা রেখে চলবে না তো। সরকার চাই বিজেপি সরকার, সরকার চাই বিজেপি সরকার।
At 12 p.m. on the live report, as ceasefire becomes illusionary, why the Prime Minister said work from home, fuel austerity, and avoiding buying gold should be the way forward for Indians, and what the opposition is saying. This could be one of the focus areas for India in the next few weeks.
All right, here's getting you live visuals from Somnath Temple, where Prime Minister Modi is participating today in Somnath Amrit Parva 2026, marking 75 years of the reconstruction of first Jyotirling Somnath Mahadev Temple. In fact, on your screen, we're getting you live visuals. Just before that, Prime Minister was performing special Kumbh Abhishek inside the temple, and right now also engaging in more rituals as he launches commemorative stamps as well. Joining us on the broadcast is Dissent Sridhar, author and scholar of Sanatan Dharma. Mr. Sridhar, thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV. Now, I want to ask you, first of all, we were getting these live visuals from inside the temple just a while ago. Prime Minister Modi engaging and performing a special Kumbh Abhishek, where you have water, holy water from 11 sacred sites which is being used. Now, this is the first time it's happening in the Somnath Temple. So, break it down for our viewers, the significance of this moment.
Namaskaram to all the viewers of Republic. I'm sure this is a momentous occasion for all the Bharatiyas, for all the Astikas across the country and across the globe. So first of all, Somnath, which is in Gujarat, is a Jyotirlinga Sthala of Lord Shiva. And second, it also holds a lot of significance because such a beautiful temple, which has been standing from the 7th, 8th century, has been invaded very many times. And every time the resilient rulers of then tried to reconstruct the temple. And today what we see is a reconstructed temple that happened in 1951. So 75 years since its Punar Nirmanam. So that itself is a moment for us to reflect upon that Bharatiyas don't give up. So when we are invaded, we have a lot of resilience to come back with all the might and power. And 75 holds a lot of significance because 7 plus 5 is 12 in 1 plus 2, which is 3, which is Tattvatraya, Achit, Chit, Ishvara. And the fourth of all, a temple gains a lot of sanctity, pavitrata, when there is a Kumbhapishekam, which is performed once in 12 years. And the Honorable Prime Minister leading it in the forefront has a lot of significance because he's not apologetic about being Hindu. And we as a country are a civilization-oriented country. And to carry the civilization with lot of pride and with lot of humility on our sleeves is given in our treat, and the Honorable Prime Minister is just doing that. 75 years back, the Honorable President then, who wanted to come to the temple, was advised that he shouldn't be going to a temple consecration because it was not a secular event. But here, 75 years later, we have the Honorable Prime Minister leading it to the forefront, stating that every ritual that is being performed in the temple is only for the Viksit Bharat and for the progress of the country where sabka saath, sabka vikas hoga. So I'm extremely proud, all the viewers of Republic. This is a momentous occasion, once in a lifetime moment, where we are getting to see such a beautiful, such a sacrosanct event like the Kumbhabhishekam at the temple of Somnath, with the Jyotirlinga Sthala in Gujarat.
Right, Mr. Sridhar, indeed it is a very historic what's unfolding on our screens right now. I want to ask you, in a way the story of Somnath is very similar to the story of India, story of Bharat, where despite repeated attacks on our culture, on our faith, the civilization has stood tall. And even today we're looking at the celebration of 75 years of the reconstruction of the temple. So when we talk about, people who have played a crucial role in this, Sardar Patel is one of them. If you talk about his role, the kind of role he played in the reconstruction and also the kind of obstacles he faced in that process.
Absolutely. See, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel ji, who is one of the tallest leaders of independent Bharat, has just not been a person who has brought all the princely states together, because he was one of the fulcrums of making India what it is a nation today. So we have a beautiful Statue of Unity, which is in Gujarat, that stands so tall for the visitors and viewers to see. Besides that, he was also a devout Hindu. So he was not of the fact that a person who sits in a constitutional post should not visit a temple. By visiting a temple, a person doesn't say that I'm against other religions. And he was a person who says that if I am of a certain religion, I will go to the temple of that religion. And that comes across even today, because it is from the very state that Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel ji hailed that we have the Honorable Prime Minister, who again comes to the temple consecration stating that, see, this is a part of my civilization, this is a part of my culture. So we owe a lot to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel in the independent India for what we are, where we are today, alongside being an unapologetic Hindu. And we also owe to a lot of rulers in the last 1,000 years who every time after the invasion have ensured that the temple has been reconstructed. Our pranams go to all those rulers.
All right, Mr. Sridhar, thanks so much for joining us on Republic TV and putting all of these developments into perspective for our viewers. We are slipping into a very short break, but viewers, don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, getting you all the visuals right from Somnath, where Prime Minister Modi is participating in the grand Amrit Festival, where you mark 75 years of the history of the revered temple.
At 12 p.m. on the live report, as ceasefire becomes illusionary, why the Prime Minister said work from home, fuel austerity, and avoiding buying gold should be the way forward for Indians, and what the opposition is saying. This could be one of the focus areas for India in the next few weeks.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है। Just say it!
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
চুরিও এই ছেলেরা রুখবে সীমান্তের হিন্দুদের বুকে আগলে রাখবো 15 বছর কেটেছি অনেক এবার ওরা ভোটের দিনে ছাপ্পা রেকিং চলবে না তো সরকার চাই বিজেপি সরকার সরকার চাই বিজেপি সরকার বাংলা আমার কাঁদবে না তো সরকার চাই বিজেপি সরকার সরকার চাই বিজেপি সরকার
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Degree view. आता हुआ एक विमान, मगर क्या ये एक विमान है या दो? से आता हुआ एक विमान, मगर क्या ये एक विमान है या दो? से आता हुआ एक विमान, मगर क्या ये एक विमान है या दो? में कार्य करते हुए भी एक उद्देश्य रखते हैं, जो है राष्ट्र की एक और बार कार्य करते हुए भी एक उद्देश्य रखते हैं, जो है राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा। अपनी नजरें एक और बार कार्य करते हुए भी एक उद्देश्य रखते हैं, जो है राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा। एक और बार कार्य करते हुए भी एक उद्देश्य रखते हैं, जो है राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा। नजरें एक और बार कार्य करते हुए भी एक उद्देश्य रखते हैं, जो है राष्ट्र की नजरें एक और बार कार्य करते हुए भी एक उद्देश्य रखते हैं, जो है राष्ट्र की नजरें एक और बार करते हुए भी एक उद्देश्य रखते हैं, जो है राष्ट्र एक और बार
इंडियन एयरफोर्स तरफ से हम सबों खूब आभार सूर्य किरण जय हिंद इंडियन एयरफोर्स तरफ से हम सबों खूब आभार सूर्य किरण जय हिंद इंडियन एयरफोर्स तरफ से हम सबों खूब आभार सूर्य किरण जय हिंद इंडियन एयरफोर्स तरफ से हम सबों खूब आभार सूर्य किरण जय हिंद इंडियन एयरफोर्स तरफ से हम सबों खूब आभार सूर्य किरण जय हिंद इंडियन एयरफोर्स तरफ से हम सबों खूब आभार सूर्य किरण जय हिंद इंडियन एयरफोर्स तरफ से हम सबों खूब आभार सूर्य किरण जय हिंद इंडियन एयरफोर्स तरफ से हम सबों खूब आभार सूर्य किरण जय हिंद इंडियन एयरफोर्स तरफ से हम सबों खूब आभार सूर्य किरण जय हिंद इंडियन एयरफोर्स तरफ से
Ladies and gentlemen, from Somnath, these are live pictures of the display, the Indian Air Force Surya Kiran aerobatic team presenting the air show over the Somnath temple on this historic day as part of the Somnath Amrit Mahotsav celebrations marking 75 years of the temple's reconstruction. The Prime Minister witnessing the air show, and the audio that you kept hearing just before this was of the Surya Kiran team giving its message from the skies as it makes a fly past. I want to go across to Swarali, my colleague, also joining us live over these pictures. Swarali, I'm going across to you, if you can hear me. It's a big day. Is the Prime Minister expected to speak at the Somnath shortly?
Yes, that's true. You're definitely right. Prime Minister is going to address crowds in Somnath, just few kilometers away from the temple complex. But let me tell you, we have just experienced and witnessed the jaw-dropping, as we can call it, jaw-dropping presentation which was being done by Indian Air Force, as we call it, Surya Kiran, and the way aircrafts were flying and the various presentations were done on various presentations were being made by the pilots, or the aircrafts were jaw-dropping, obviously. And lastly, a heart-shaped formation was made by these pilots, which was dedicated to motherland India. And that time, the kind of vibration that was being witnessed over here was historic, as we all know that for the first time ever in the history, Kumbhabhishek was done at the Somnath temple. Water from 11 revered rivers, auspicious rivers, was brought, and Kumbhabhishek was done at the Shikhar, the top of same temple. We have seen all the visuals wherein Prime Minister Narendra Modi participated in all the rituals, Mahabhishek, pujas, and Shankhanath was done. Several mantras were being chanted at the same time. It was like a yajna of several mantras. And shortly, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to address the crowds and followers, believers of Lord Somnath in the same city. Let me tell you, this is the occasion of 75 years of restoration, a vow that was being taken by the Iron Man of India, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, and India completes 75 years. This temple completes 75 years of restoration. We all know that the same temple, which is the epicenter of spiritual strength and civilizational resilience, was attacked more than 17 times. May it be about Khilji or other invaders, but the kind of resilience, power, strength the civilization has, this temple stands in all its glory. At the same time, this year, the temple has completed 1,000 years of the first attack. The first time it was being attacked in 1026. This year, we completed 1,000 years, but yet, in all its glory and grandeur, this temple stands and is the epicenter of the belief system of India. And it is also kind of messaging done by Bharatiya Janata Party and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as we all know, that it comes on the pretext of, we can hear followers saying Jai Somnath, constant chants of Jai Somnath can be heard across. People walking by me, coming back to the point that it comes in the pretext of the historic win in Bengal just 2 days ahead. Suvendu Adhikari had sweared in as Chief Minister, and when we tried to talk to Deputy Chief Minister of Gujarat or other Gujarat ministers, it is like a clear messaging that at the core of Bharatiya Janata Party, the development of spiritual corridors is very, very important, as it's a very important part of the Indian civilization, which goes back to thousands of years ago. And always there has been a message by the Prime Minister, Virasat ke saath vikasat, which means heritage with development. Both of them will go hand in hand, and as we know, in several parts of India, spiritual corridors are being developed. You can hear behind me, people have gathered and they are chanting Jai Somnath. People are very happy. कैसा लग रहा है प्रधानमंत्री जी आज यहाँ पर आए? आपने देखा उन्हें? बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। आपने देखा कुंभाभिषेक और अभी जो एयर शो हुआ, सूर्य किरण जिसे कहा जा रहा है, सब कुछ देखा हमने। देखा आपने? हमारे जो प्रधानमंत्री हैं उन्होंने कुंभाभिषेक किया है, क्या भावना है आपकी?
भावना हमारे जो विरासत है उसको उजागर किया है। आज से 75 साल पहले जो यहाँ जीर्णोद्धार हुआ था सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने, आज मोदी सर ने वो जो जीर्णोद्धार का विरासत का सभी लोगों के सामने बताया है। हमारी जो सांस्कृतिक मूल्य है ना, उसने उजागर किया है। ये युग पुरुष है, ये सामान्य आदमी नहीं है। मोदी साहब वो सामान्य आदमी नहीं है, वो युग पुरुष है। हर बार जब भी आता है ना जीर्णोद्धार का काम करने के लिए, ये आता है धर्म से ग्लानि बहुत भारत। जब संस्कृति के लिए आता है ना, तब मोदी साहब जैसे लोग आते हैं भारत में।
Okay, we have a poor audio with you. Swarali, keep the phone close to you because we are unable to hear the audio very clearly. Okay. Getting a poor network there with Swarali. We'll reconnect with her. Those are pictures coming in. These pictures are symbolic, historic. Ratan Sharda, the Prime Minister, has spoken about Hindu revival. Somnath is very close to his heart. And going by everything that India is witnessing in the last few weeks and months, now these pictures have a special meaning, isn't it?
Hello?
Ratan Sharda, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm there. Yeah.
No, I was asking you about the symbolism of these pictures. The Prime Minister has held Somnath very close to his heart. And the fact that he's here on the 75th anniversary of the temple's consecration, right, from Ayodhya. When you look at these pictures, it reminds me of Ayodhya and the revival, the Hindu revival under the Prime Minister.
Well, Niranjan, Prime Minister Modi has time and again brought out the importance of reviving our, not just reviving and also reawakening the spirit of this nation, which is Hindu. And there is no shame in saying so because it is the truth. When one says the spirit of the nation is Hindu, it does not mean it is deriding any other religion or talking of anybody in a negative manner. But can you think of Bharat without Hindus? You cannot. Can you think of Bharat's greatness without Hindu knowledge system, Hindu grand architecture, and Hindus' enlightening and dharmic way of ruling, where even the king was under the command of the dharma, where everybody follows his own dharma, her own dharma? The history of Somnath itself, Modi ji has the entire history close to his heart, not just Somnath. Somnath presents that 1000 years of unrelenting struggle against invaders, which never gave up. Every king who came, when it was attacked, every king who came reconstructed the temple and reconstructed, tried to bring the same glory. It's not just Somnath, every mandir that was destroyed by invaders was again remade by one king or the other. Who can forget Ahilyabai Holkar, who reconstructed temples across Bharat, queen of a small kingdom of Madhya Bharat, had gone all the way from north to east to west to south to reconstruct those temples. Imagine the kind of spirit she had. And you will remember the priest who would run away with the murti so it is not defiled or destroyed by the invaders when they realize this is the nature of their attack and their belief system. We remember Gyanvapi, how the priest jumped into well carrying the Shivalinga there. We remember the stories of various other kings who, priests who fought and lost their lives to save the murti. Not many people, I am very sure, know about the story of Srinathji temple. We go to Srinathji, we go to Udaipur, we talk about it, but you don't know that the murti started from Vrindavan. It went on a rath for months together before it finally stuck in a Rajput kingdom of Udaipur, where the Udaipur king said, okay, I will take care of this Srinathji at my life's cost, and established the mandir there. That is what we see the darshan today. The Marathas went all the way south to revive the Brihadeshwar temple to bring back the glory of Tanjavur. So no king was by itself. Geographically, we were very clear that we are one nation. There may be different kingdoms. So when Modi ji talks of Kashi, when Modi ji talks of Ayodhya, when he talks of Somnath, he is trying to bring back the vision of Shankaracharya, who's established 4 mathams across Bharat. Shankaracharya could have sat in Kerala, given his discourses and tried to re-establish dharma. No, he went all over Bharat. He debated. He won those debates. He re-established the sway of Hindu dharma, the Vedic dharma. And not only that, he established 4 mathams across 4 corners of Bharat. We have Somnath. If you look at the shlok of Somnath, Somnath is a starting point. We have 12 Jyotirlingas across Bharat. Even Rameshwaram, Modi ji goes to Rameshwaram. Why? Because people from Rameshwaram carry the water to Kashi to offer to Bhagwan Shiva there. And people from north carry jal of Ganga, the Ganga jal from north to give Abhishek to this Rameshwaram Mandir. This cultural integration should never be forgotten. Why would Ahilyabai Holkar put her life to risk 300 years back? Not very, very old story. Why would Shivaji on a deathbed say that please re-establish Kashi, that is my heart, in my heart? A Maratha king, supposedly only of Marathas, had this great thought of Hindu Rashtra. He had great thought of re-establishing the glory of Kashi Vishwanath. So what Modi is doing is what Hindu kings of past, Hindu fighters of the past have done for centuries, for eons. They never gave up. That never giving up the spirit, that is what is hated by the left, that is what is hated by so-called seculars, who are supposed to tell us that we had nothing to be proud of, we had nothing to proud of about our dharma, our philosophy, our knowledge, our science, our technology. And all those things, Nehruji never taught us in the schools. He never talked about them in his discovery of India. It was but for RSS who continuously in a sustained manner, talked about the nationhood of our culture, our history, which is unique across all Bharat, to say that it is some northern India, some southern India. It was RSS under whom Vakankar discovered river Saraswati and disproved the Aryan origin theory, disproved the Aryan Dravid divide. Our scriptures say that. So when Modi ji goes to south, he is again underlining the same cultural unity, which is expressed in diverse ways by Bharatiya people. And that is why he is there. It is not special attachment to just Somnath, it is special attachment to Bharatiya knowledge system, to Bharatiya philosophy, to Bharatiya Bharat Dharma, or you may call it Hindu Dharma or Bharat Dharma, and the great idea of Ekam Sat Vipra Bahudha Bhadanti Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So Modi ji doesn't just talk about that, he lives that life. He supported every poor country in the world during COVID, even when we were also requiring those medicines and those vaccines. Why? Because he believed in the dictum of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. When he goes and pays respect to every religion, he is reliving the idea of Sarva Dharma Samabhav, and not Sarva Dharma Bhav, but Ekam Sat Vipra Bahudha Vadanti, because we believe Dharma is ever religion. All these ideas are brought forth by Modi ji because a living example trained in RSS about what our culture is, what a civilization is. And it is very happy moment that people in Bharat are slowly realizing, from Bengal's the recent upsurge in Bengal to the earliest part of Bharat, which have awakened to this great glory of Bharat, and he's reminding us of that.
Okay, we'll take a short break now. In fact, those pictures continue to stream in. We're expecting the Prime Minister to be addressing in a short while from now. The Prime Minister's address at the Somnath expected in a short while from now. The Prime Minister is at the Prabhas Patan in Gujarat. He is participating in the celebrations of the Somnath Amrit Parv. And after landing there, the Prime Minister held a 1-kilometer road show. And the Prime Minister, welcomed by the Chief Minister of Gujarat, Bhupendra Patel, and Deputy Chief Minister Harsh Sanghvi, also with the Prime Minister in this visit. And the Prime Minister is participating in religious programs as part of the Somnath Mahaparv. And he will also be addressing a public gathering in a short while from now. We'll take a short break and back with the live coverage.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी, because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे, तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा,
राजा आटे और मसाला।
ছেলেরা রুখবে সীমান্তের হিন্দুদের বুকে আগলে রাখবো। 15 বছর কেটেছি অনেক, এবার ওরা ভোটের দিনে চলবে না তো সরকার চাই বিজেপি সরকার পাল্টানো সরকার চাই বিজেপি সরকার যখন করবে বাজি মা সীমা বাংলা আমার কাঁদবে না তো চাই বিজেপি সরকার সরকার চাই বিজেপি সরকার বাংলা জুড়ে জয়ধ্বনি পূর্বে ভারত মাতা সরকার চাই বিজেপি সরকার সরকার চাই বিজেপি সরকার
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Big Republic scoop. Leadership change likely in AIADMK. Sources say 36 of the 47 MLAs ready to support Vijay. Big breakthrough in Suvendu's PA's murder probe. 3 sharpshooters arrested from UP and Bihar in joint police operation. After massive drubbing in Bengal assembly polls, TMC shifts blame to IPAC, with Kalyan Banerjee saying IPAC fully destroyed the TMC. And suspense continues over CM face in Kerala. Sources suggest anti-Venugopal wave within MLAs. High Command yet to announce Kerala CM. And major controversy over Vande Mataram being played before state song at Vijay's oath-taking ceremony. CPI and TVK Minister Adhav Arjuna blames centre's order. PM Modi participates in Somnath Amrit Parv as Somnath marks 75 years of Jyotirlinga temple reconstruction. PM holds mega road show in Somnath.
जैसे एक बड़ा संकल्प है पेट्रोल डीजल का संयम से इस्तेमाल करना, साथियों हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा.
As West Asia war disrupts global oil economy, PM Modi urges Indians to use fuel with restraint, asks for a switch to public transport and EVs.
અને હવે માનનીય મંત્રી ડોક્ટર પ્રદ્યુમન વાજા અને માનનીય મંત્રી શ્રી કૌશિકભાઈ વેકરિયા ને વિનંતી કે આપ પણ માનનીય વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીનું સ્વાગત કરશો. સાથે જોડાશે માનનીય સાંસદ શ્રી રાજેશભાઈ ચુડાસમા, માનનીય ધારાસભ્ય શ્રી ભગવાનભાઈ બારડ અને શ્રી કાળુભાઈ રાઠોડ. સિંહની સુંદર ફોટો ફ્રેમ અર્પણ કરી રહ્યા છે અને હવે મંચ પર આમંત્રિત કરીએ છીએ પ્રદેશના આગેવાનો સર્વે શ્રી અનિરુદ્ધભાઈ દવે પવિત્ર કળશ અને
All right, viewers, so Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Somnath. There was a mega roadshow. Prime Minister Narendra Modi held a roadshow in Gujarat, Somnath. There was also an air show because today marks the Amrit Parv, the 75 years of reconstruction, inauguration of the restored temple which is dedicated to Lord Shiva. This is the Somnath temple which faced many brutal attacks, many attacks by the foreign invaders and still stands strong, still stands tall. This is the Amrit Parv where PM Modi paid respects and prayed in Somnath temple. We also showed you the visuals from the sanctorum of the temple where 11 sacred rivers water was used in the Kumbh Abhishek. Visuals coming on the screen. And now shortly Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing those who have gathered in this big gathering. Prime Minister Narendra Modi held a roadshow in Gujarat's Prabhas Patan, marked the 75 years of the consecration of the reconstructed, restored Somnath temple. Prime Minister Narendra Modi celebrated this parva, and this commemorates 1,000 years since the first attack by Mahmud of Ghazni on the Somnath temple in 1026. Now the parv celebrates the enduring spirit of India's civilization and its rich cultural and spiritual heritage. After the roadshow, PM visited Somnath temple, performed the rituals. Now he performed Vishesh Mahapuja, which was followed by the Kumbh Abhishek and Dhwajarohan ceremonies. This marks the consecration rituals and hoisting of the temple flag. And also later in the day, PM will be releasing a commemorative coin, a 75 rupees coin to mark the occasion. And also an official gazette notification for the same was issued on May 8. And on the one side of the coin will be the depiction of Somnath temple along with the text, a celebration of 1,000 years of India's unwavering faith and devotion, with 2026 as the year of issuance. Big day and a big message to all those, and that the Sanatan stands tall and stands strong even after repeated attacks by foreign invaders. In a short while, Prime Minister Narendra Modi to address the gathering who have gathered to listen to Prime Minister at this celebration, at this wonderful celebration of 1,000 years of attacks and rebuilding of the Somnath temple. Now it marks 2026 marks the 1,000 years since the first attack which took place, the first recorded attacks even took place before that in 726 CE, but at around 1026 was the first major attack in which the Somnath temple was destroyed by Mahmud of Ghazni. And this is the celebration, this is the parv which celebrates the enduring spirit of India's civilization and Indian culture, the Sanatan culture. On your screen, ladies and gentlemen, today marks the day of celebration of the reconstruction of the Somnath temple. It was attacked in 1026 by Mahmud of Ghazni. This is one of the most known attacks where Mahmud of Ghazni had led a campaign to plunder the wealth and destroy the temple. He destroyed the linga also and looted enormous riches. Facing stiff resistance from defenders, and many devotees sacrificed their lives for this very Somnath temple dedicated to Lord Shiva, one of the 12 Jyotirlingas, vital to every Sanatani. And these are the visuals of the celebrations which highlight, which reflect the endurance, the strength of the Sanatan Dharma. Visuals of Somnath and also the history of attacks on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Even before 1026, there was a recorded attack, that attack took place by Al-Junaid in 725 CE. Then 1026 was the time when destruction of the temple took place, and that was done by Mahmud of Ghazni. On your screens with the latest visuals and the history behind it. 1299 CE attacked by Alauddin Khilji once again, and there's also history of reconstruction of it. In 1395 AD, also Muzaffar Shah, the Sultan of Gujarat, Muzaffar Shah attacked and devastated the temple.
ট্রান্সফার প্রক্রিয়া আমরা আজকে অনুমোদন দিলাম এবং আজ থেকেই
Today we
ল্যান্ড
have
ট্রান্সফার প্রক্রিয়া
permitted
শুরু
the whole
হবে
transfer process
ভূমি ও রাজস্ব সচিব
from land
তাকে
department,
এবং
land
মুখ্য সচিবকে
secretary,
দায়িত্ব দেওয়া হলো 45
and
দিনের মধ্যে
the chief secretary has been
BSF এর
given
প্রয়োজনীয়
responsibility
হস্তান্তর সম্পূর্ণ করতে হবে
that
যা
all the
আমাদের কেন্দ্রীয়
land required for